Okay, hello everyone. It's time for Merpay Tech Fest 2022. I'm Kimura, aka Hidek, VP of Engineering at Merpay. I'll be moderating the opening and closing session today. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And this is the second day of Merpay Tech Fest 2022. We hope that you'll be patient, that this is an online event and that there are maybe some glitches and troubles. We hope you can join us and enjoy the event. Maybe Tech Fest 2022 is an event for the software engineers working in IT companies and those interested in Merpay's and those who are interested in Merpay's technology stack. And it is being held online for 3 days and starting yesterday. And so we hope that this conference will be the great opportunity for you to learn more about Merpay's products and technology that underpins our services. We hope you'll be interested in this conference. And last year was the first time for us and to hold this conference, and we'd like to update it to be more interactive with participation with the participants. We hope to have more interactive communication, and we will have a Q&A time, and then we have the 5 panel discussions, which will be held in real time. I'd like to make a few announcements and requests to all participants. The first is about the language channel. This event will be held in both Japanese and English. So the URL is listed in the YouTube description summary. So please choose the language of your choice. The second is the code of conduct, which is designed to ensure a safe and secure event experience for everyone involved in this event. Please do not anything that is contrary to the purpose of the event and do not engage in harassment. For more details, please refer to the event code of conduct in the YouTube description summary section. And we'll be accepting comments in real time at Merpay Tech Fest 2022. The Twitter hashtag and the YouTube chat, the place that you can put your comments. And then hashtag Merpay Tech Fest is the Twitter's hashtag. And the speakers and the management will also available in the YouTube chat section. So please feel free to get involved. I would appreciate it if you could write comments during this time as well. And just for practice, yes, we welcome your comment for supporting the speakers. And we'll be also accepting questions in the chat section of the YouTube and the Twitter with the hashtag questions. Yes, and we will answer your questions during the Q&A session or by the text later. And lastly, I'd like to talk about a survey. We'll be collecting surveys on a daily basis for this event. Please complete the survey only once per person. If you are going to watch only today, please fill out the survey after you finish watching YouTube today. And if you will be watching other than today as well, please complete the survey after you finish watching YouTube today or the next time you attended the event. Now let's take a look at the session that will be delivered today. On the second day, we have prepared 7 sessions on the theme of a client, backend, and work style. The first session will be held by Android team, Junya Matsuyama, and the step-by-step Jetpack Compose implementation, the case of Merpay. So Jetpack Compose, which was the focus of much time at this year's Google's I.O., is the biggest paradigm shift in Android app development in history. In this session, we will talk about Merpay's introduction of a Jetpack Compose and its unique situation and implementation strategy challenges that they overcome. The second session will be the presentation by Mikhail from the iOS team, credit card payment security adding 3D Secure SDK for Merpay iOS. So security is the most important issue for payment services. Therefore, Merpay has developed 3D Secure SDK for credit card payments security in collaboration with the payment service providers in addition to other important features. The third session will be presented by a use Hosaka iOS team, the past and future of Merpay's payment history. Since its release, Merpay has created a variety of payment histories based on a payment method. However, some of the existing histories were not payment specific and some are not organized by month and not very easy to use. So this made it difficult for customers to manage their payments and made it difficult for them to use Merpay into the daily life. So this session will trace the history of the creation of this new payment history and discuss the functionality of the new payment history. The fourth session is the tools and the strategy for front-end UI library by Marco from the front-end team. The key for creating an effective front-end component library that is easy to use and reliable is to choose the right tools and strategy that meets the developer's needs. This session will take you through the Merpay for front-end team's journey to rethink and build an in-house Vue.js component library. The fifth session will be a presentation by Tatsuya Karino IDP team on the ideal and the current status of the authentication infrastructure of the Mercari group and the future initiatives. The IDP team, which manages the authentication infrastructure of Mercari, is responsible for the authentication and authorization. The IDP team, which manages, they are providing the functions various products team. And this presentation will show how it currently works and what the problems are or what the ideals and we are currently doing about it. The sixth session will be the presentation by Jun Asano, DNS platform team, on the migration of microservices supporting Merpay's anti-fraud measures from cloud to cloud. The anti-fraud infrastructure was built at a rapid pace before and after the release at the Merpay, and the DNS platform team, in cooperation with the SRE and the data platform teams, has spent more than a year migrating to a standardized infrastructure for Merpay. And so we will discuss why I choose to migrate and what challenges they faced. The last session will be presented by myself, Kimura, and Yasunori Kamoto, and Ryo Yamaoka, and Yasuhiro Kawasaki. This session will be a panel discussion. The Mercari group has shifted, it's anatomy of a work style of your choice. The Mercari group has shifted to a new way of working called your choice from September 1st, 2021. We will share with you the real voice of our members who have moved and joined our companies because of your choice. So we'd like to introduce how engineers have used your choice and how it has impacted their work. That's all for today's delivery session. We'll be sending you a lot of information. So the next session will start at 13:10. So please wait for a while until the next session starts. See you at the closing.
So I will now give a presentation on step-by-step introduction of Jetpack Compose. So first of all, please let me introduce myself. I am Junya Matsuyama. I am currently an Android engineer and engineering manager at Merpay. I joined Merpay a little over a year ago, and since then, I have been involved in the development of new features. So maybe that's too light of an introduction. So before that, I worked for a manufacturer developing software for mobile phones, both feature phones and smartphones. After that, I worked for another company developing various mobile apps and services such as social games, SNS, live streaming services, and taxi dispatch services. Now, I will get into the content. This is the agenda. Before talking about the introduction of Jetpack Compose, I will first talk about the structure of the Mercari application. Then I will talk about how we implemented Jetpack Compose, and finally about how it went and what we're going to do with it going forward. First of all, let's talk about the structure of the Mercari app. The Mercari app is currently structured like this. In one application, there's the Mercari part, a Merpay part, and a design system that is shared by both. In reality, the Mercari shops and other services developed by Shozo Inc. are also included, but for the sake of simplicity, we included them in the Mercari part of the app. Also, the design system is not spread across the entire width of the screen because it was created halfway into the project, so it's not applied to all screens. This Mercari part was initially released in 2013, so it is approximately 9 years old. Therefore, even though a certain amount of refactoring has been done, the technical debt has accumulated considerably, and this has caused a decline in development efficiency, which has been a major issue. In contrast, the Merpay part was released approximately 3.5 years ago. It is not without technical debt, of course, but it is not a situation that significantly reduces development efficiency. In this way, the technical situation of the Mercari and Merpay parts of a single app is quite different. They are also in different business phases, which led to different decision-making. For the Mercari part, we decided to refrain from developing new features as much as possible and rebuild everything. In contrast, we decided not to rebuild the Merpay part for the time being, but to continue developing and improving features for business growth. In other words, we wanted to develop the Merpay part as a common part that works together with both the old and new Mercari parts. So how do we go about this? Here is the current repository structure. In order to completely rebuild the application from the ground up, the new Mercari and new design system were created in a new repository. The new repository then has the current repository as a submodule. The new Mercari part was created with Jetpack Compose. So on top of that, we don't use any new repository, especially when building the current app. We will still build and release as before. So for the new Mercari app, this is the situation as far as module referencing is concerned. There are Git modules and Gradle modules, which is a bit complicated, but this time we are talking about the Gradle modules. For the Mercari part, we will use the new one, so we will not use the Mercari related modules in the submodule, but build with the new Mercari, the new design system, and current Mercari and design system, and create AAB APK. Now we have the basis for a full refactoring of the Mercari part in parallel without stopping the new development of the Mercari part. Note that we don't want to continue with this submodule structure indefinitely. Going forward, once the migration to the new Mercari is successful, we first want it to look like this. Instead of pulling in the contents of the submodule specific hash, we will use a subtree to pull in only the necessary code into the new repository with its history. The goal is to eventually stop using the subtree and merge the code back into one repository. The next step is to implement Jetpack Compose. We decided not to immediately rebuild the Merpay part of the site, but we did want to use Jetpack Compose in view of the current situation. First of all, Jetpack Compose is basically a mechanism for the UI part, so we started by checking whether it would be possible to replace only the UI part of Jetpack Compose. Here is the basic architecture of Merpay. This diagram was previously published in Merpay Tech blog. Merpay is structured in a way that combines the ideas of Redux and MVVM. The presentation part uses a library called controller from the conductor library. Input flows from this presentation to the view model, which generates an action in response to that input. The action may flow directly to the store, or depending on the action, a new action may be generated from the response with an API call. The reducer then receives those actions, generates a new state, and reflects that state in the presentation layer, and so on. In other words, it is a unidirectional data flow. But Jetpack Compose, this diagram is taken from Android developers. The diagram is upside down from the previous one, but Jetpack Compose recommends unidirectional data flow. This means that the basic architecture can be introduced by replacing the UI part. This not only means that migration will be relatively easy, but also that a major architectural change is not necessary in terms of compatibility with Jetpack Compose. So we will give it a try. We also did a POC to discuss the implementation direction within the team. This is what the schematic code looked like before Jetpack Compose. In the onCreated view method, the view is created from the layout XML in inflator inflate. Although the code is quite abbreviated, there's an element called inputs as a destination for events from the UI, and a method for issuing events has grown up. And the latest current state is collected to update the UI. This is what it looks like when Jetpack Compose is used. Place compose view in onCreate view and write the composable UI in set content. Inputs and states are passed to the composable method of screen. Then, depending on the state, the display can be divided and the event firing from the UI can be described. So we have completed the migration. The POC for Jetpack Compose for the UI part have been completed. However, most applications do not consist of only one screen. Transitions from one screen to another are essential. So the next step is to think about how to organize the screen transitions. Let's assume that the action group before support was like this. So this is a Redux action. Let's say that only the navigation type action is implemented in another sealed interface. Then by filtering using filter is instance in the relevant interface, only navigation type actions can be extracted. Once only navigation actions are extracted, transitions can be realized by writing transitions for each action. The POC of the transition was also completed. However, there's still more work to be done. The next step is deep link. I didn't clearly describe it in the repository structure diagram, but the application class and the activity with the launcher attribute belong to the Mercari part in that picture, the new Mercari part. In other words, everything has been rewritten. In the previous Mercari application, the style was roughly like this. There is a dedicated activity that receives deep link and processes deep link. It searches for and resolves the resolver, which possesses the deep link from the intent of the deep link. The resolver is the one for Merpay. At the destination of this resolver, it switches the tab to Merpay or launches another activity that hosts Merpay functions. The important thing to remember is that the Merpay deep link was integrated as information and that the Merpay functions were basically separate activities. Now, let's look at deep link handling in the new application. Deep link in the navigation component is now used. The notation is not XML, but Jetpack compose notation is used. The format is to pass a list to nav deep links to deep links. So now we can just create the new deep links. However, on the other hand, how can we use the existing Merpay deep link group within this framework? Even if we don't convert Merpay to Jetpack Compose, there are issues that needed to be considered. As I mentioned earlier, for Merpay deep link, you first need to change the tab to Merpay tab, and then launch a separate activity for Merpay in a way that is appropriate for the deep link. So how can we do this? For the convenience of the next code, I'm going to move the previous code down a little bit. The content has not changed. The deep link for Merpay was in one place, so we make a list of nav deep link from it and pass it to deep links. This composable holds the Merpay tab inside. By doing this, we were able to realize deep link via Merpay tab. For reasons for space, we have shrunk the top part a little bit. The original Merpay activity startup cannot be handled by the navigation component, so it is handled directly. In the composable, the deep link URI is first extracted. Then, according to that URI, the activity activation is performed.
Okay, so the existing deep link can now be handled. So now that we have completed POC of all the surrounding concerns, so we can finally go ahead and actually do it. So then we discussed next, which screen is the best to start with? So let me remind you again of the repository structure of this Mercari applications. There are two design systems at this point. The new one is composable and the other one is Android View. So we will write the Merpay function in composable in compliance with new design system. Then it will inevitably look like this. It's implementation on new repository. So then the reference relation is the new Merpay is Merpay is visible to new Merpay, but the new Merpay is basically invisible to the Merpay. Of course, there is a dependency inversion or other method, but it is not visible as it is. So I think that the root of screen transaction may be easier. Also, the design system that was mentioned earlier, it is not identical between new and old in appearance. Some parts looks almost the same, some parts are different. So it seems better for user experience to avoid going back and forth between old and new in a single screen flow. So therefore, I still think the root of the screen seems to be a better choice. And so we concluded that the Merpay tabs would be suitable. Actually, there are some other reasons. What is the situation with the other tabs? The first screen that appears after the Mercari app is launched has 5 tabs at the bottom, but except for the Merpay tab, all 4 tabs have been replaced with the Jetpack Compose and the new design system. Therefore, it was felt that rewriting this first would be a good idea from the UX perspective. Also, in addition to this Merpay tab, there was actually just a major rewrite plan for the UI part of the tab in particular. For these reasons, we decided to do this by rewriting Merpay tab screen, not the other existing screens or the new feature screens. The new Merpay tab is still under development, But now I'd like to talk about the result of the implementation and the future plan. First, I will talk about the difficulties. So the performance is difficult. We have many engineers who have been working on Android for a long time. So then we have accumulated a lot of past experience on Android View. So, for example, based on my experience, I know that some feature caused a lot of problem when using the UI this way, or didn't cause a problem when using UI in that way. And so such expertise is widely shared. And if there's a problem with the library itself, such as a recycler view, they are raised as issues and fixed one by one, starting from the fatal ones. However, the situation is different for Jetpack Compose. In the first place, there is no one who has a 10 years levels of experience, and Jetpack Compose was born not so long time ago, so it is not so matured. Therefore, when there was a problem, it was necessary to separate whether it was a problem of usage or there was a performance problem of the Jetpack Compose itself. Next, it was hard to get used to it. So it was hard to get used to the unique way of idea and the usage rules of a Jetpack Compose, such as remembering because the difference was much larger than the existing method. As for the dashboard development team, I think we were able to shorten the time to get used to it by pairing up and having frequent technical chats. There were many more good points than those difficult points. First, it is easy to create than XML. I can see everything in one place, so I don't have to go back and forth between XML and the hot link files anymore. And also, if you are using XML, please envision a screen with different UIs depending on the state. For example, here it is. I bought a part of the new UI that is under development for the Merpay tab. This part here, this square is switched by switching the card above the square. So display switches in this way. In this kind of case, each pattern of UI is described on XML, and the visibility is switched between visible and gone. That was one of the possible cases. Then it's similar to what I said earlier. If the branching logic and the UI design are in separate files, or if the layout is written in that XML, the visibility of the tools is used to switch the display in the preview and between visible and gone. I had to relight it each time with visible and gone with Jetpack Compose. You can describe in the branching by state, and you can build the preview with a lot of flexibility. If you create both previews, you can also see them at the same time. And also, if you were describing in Jetpack Compose, you don't have to calculate the extra UIs in layout or put it on memory. Also, although it was not the case of this screen, there is a case where individual elements are divided by state in a long list. I think such a case is also one in which declarative UI excels. Some people said that we can set up the visibility with the component. Layered XML is a file, therefore the visibility such as internal and protected defined in a Kotlin, for example, could not be granted. So it is impossible to manage whether each one is exclusive within the module or can be accessed from outside the module. On the other hand, in Jetpack Compose, UI is created with a function. So it's a language function that is active. It is possible to specify the visibility using a language function such as public, protected, internal for the more strict operation. So next is I don't have to write the code for data monitoring. In Jetpack Compose, state changes are monitored on their own and recomposed when changed. So it is no longer necessary to manually collect for each state. And also, since recompose only applied while the UI is alive, there's almost no need to worry about lifecycle around it. Next is not about Jetpack Compose itself, but about the library. In the renewal of UI for Merpay Tab, this kind of a carousel type UI was adopted, and this requirement was almost feasible with the page layout accompanist. Snapping in the middle was also possible by default. Also, there were requirements that cards that are not centered with spacing between them would be slightly translucent. So, and we realized that requirement with a content padding and item scroll effect indicators are realized indicators. There was a requirement that the area under the card crossfade according to the progress of card switching, but I was able to achieve that by using the page switching progress information in the page state. In the world of Android View, touch UI of a smartphone has been transforming in more than 10 years, and in the process, various libraries have sprung up. Therefore, in order to build the UI you want, necessary functionalities are missing in any of libraries. Also, I was able to achieve the requirements sometimes by using libraries in a different way from what intended. But since it is a new library, specification, definition, and implementation were able to cope with UI, design pattern, and its changes over the past 10 years. We were able to apply it to the development in very straightforward and smooth manner. But well, this one may be in the same situation again in another 5 or 10 years. Finally, I'd like to talk about the future. Well, it's a matter of course, but I would like to change to Jetpack Compose for other things than Merpay Tab. It will be after unifying repositories, but the direction is to start from the screen with major changes or to relight it at some point in a certain period of time, just like the Mercari part. We have to decide the direction first. The design systems are separate in Android View and Jetpack Compose. So I'd like to discuss this not only with the Android engineers, but also with designers and iOS team. I think it's probably the former. Also, I've been thinking about changing the Merpay screen transition from conductor to navigation component, which is a topic that I've been avoiding for a long time. So what I mean by that is to be a little more specific. Here is the code for each screen I was showing you before. Here is the conductor controller. The conductor places a router on top of a single activity, and the router switches the controller to realize the screen transition. Yes, each controller has a live hierarchy of views internally. This is similar to the nav controller fragment or composable in the navigation component. So I've been able to get it to work fine as it is. Jetpack Compose can be realized only in the controller, and the similar features are provided in Jetpack Compose. Considering these facts, when functionalities are when functionalities are added or changed in the Jetpack Compose, it is very likely that we will not be able to take 100% advantage of the new functionality provided. So I'd like to make the transition here if possible. So as you can imagine, it would be quite difficult. So I'm not sure if it is possible. Well, I talked about the current status of a Jetpack Compose in Merpay. I know this is a very unique situation, but I hope there's something that that can help you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We will now start the Q&A time for the step-by-step Jetpack Compose introduction session. And I'm Shimi, and I will be facilitating this session. I'm working on Android app development in the Merpay Android team. And actually, I am a little bit involved in the Compose project. So QA time. So during this time, the speaker will be answering questions from the audience. We are still taking questions, so please submit your questions on Twitter or from the YouTube live chat. The Twitter hashtag for this event, as you see on the screen, is #Merpay Tech Fest. Please use this hashtag if you are posting on Twitter. I will start with my question. Matsuyama-san, thank you very much for your presentation. Compose is something that we decided to implement quite recently. From your point of view, what was the motivation towards Compose within your team, and what were their reactions? Jetpack Compose is a fairly big change for the Android development. So, like in Google I/O or Android Dev Summit and Droid Kaigi, I think there were many members who were gathering information about Jetpack Compose in such events. And when there are big events, in Merpay, we have recommendations on the sessions on events. And the topic of Jetpack Compose was actually came up. However, rather than everyone being extremely enthusiastic about Jetpack Compose, I got the impression that many people were relatively calm about it and saw it as something that they should do as the next step. Maybe this is, I'm not saying that it is not a hot topic, but it was announced at Google I/O 2019, and 3 years have already passed. And the version was upgraded to 1.0 earlier, and the features are now getting more rich. So we are getting into the phase that not only early adopters, but everyone is now starting to use Jetpack Compose. See, the alpha version or pre-release, I had the impression that the introduction was very, very planned out. And also, coexistence with Android View was also taken into consideration in the beginning. Everyone was concerned about that. And I was attending the Google I/O when Jetpack Compose was first announced, and there was a booth on the Jetpack Compose, and there were developers of the Jetpack Compose answering questions at the booth. So we are now in the phase of really moving into Jetpack Compose. Thank you.
So personally, I was involved in the project a little bit, so I thought I would able to use it, but everyone seems to naturally, take in this initiatives and they start use it very naturally. Yes, they use it very naturally. It was very natural because there are many people who have a long career, so maybe they did a lot of self-studying beforehand. But as was said earlier, you don't know until you did it, right? So I got a question. So what were the most difficult thing with Jetpack Compose performance? Well, Shingi-san, who was involved in the real development. Do you have any comment on that? Yes, as Matsuyama-san mentioned earlier, the details, like the details which are not handled in samples, such as the sliding or animation parts. If we think about our UI, like, we have so much details that are not, that didn't exist in sample, but which are all implemented, like a slide in the card. So we were like trying out, working our way out to realize the sliding of the cards as well. How long that would take? And so, we were not able to make a judgment based on our past experience. So that was a hard part.
And the remember, which I mentioned in the slide, how to handle remember, and which object is stable and which objects are immutable. That area, if we did not care about that, recompose just started to happen very frequently. From Dolphin, the number of recompose is now displayed since Dolphin. So we use that information. And also, the Android developers blog also was talking about at the read, whether the parameters of each class are stable or not, and whether it's possible to skip at recompose. There is a function to issue reports on that. So we take that into consideration. If we worry too much, this might be a little bit difficult, but if it becomes too obtrusive, maybe we can take into consideration that type of information. This is a real hot topic, and even the developers ourselves are exchanging information in sessions where we get together. So this is something that is ongoing right now.
And there's another question. So functionality development is to be done in parallel. So how do you find out the time to replace it to the Jetpack Compose? Well, for this time, for the Merpay part, so we rebuilt the whole UI. So it's not in parallel development, but whether it's whether that if it's a Jetpack composable or not is just a part of the functionality. So going forward, I haven't sorted out how we are going to proceed, but we have to make a plan. But we make it composable first, and then if we then apply the new UI, then we estimate all these tasks in the beginning, and then we will probably we will go ahead and to replace it with composable. Yes, it's a very positive attitudes that we can see in our company, right? Yes, right. We see some positive movement.
Next. So maybe this is one step before making it to compose. So what is the purpose of making it single activity? That is the question. Looking at the Mercari app as a whole, it is not single activity, but the Mercari part within one single activities in one single tag graph, multiple composable screens come in. That is the situation. The benefit for having that is within one nav graph, you have everything. Maybe the description sub nav graph might be appropriate. And I guess it's easy to handle. That's what I think. This type of discussion, we have not really discussed this in depth within the team. So I would like someone to help me on this. So I think this is an area that implementation was quite smooth. So I guess it's not really a problem. Yeah, I think so too. A large, the scale is so big. So and many discussions are happening. And we tend to go around the teams to consult on specific issues. That's why if we get fundamental questions, we tend to just hesitate to answer. So now we are approaching time.
Okay, so then, well, the Jetpack Compose this time is still challenge for us, and even in the world, although there are many applications, there are many teams who or apps which will migrate to the Jetpack Compose going forward. But you try this now, and then do you have any message to the people who wants to try this? Well, the Jetpack Compose is the framework which was born not so long time ago. So you may be fell into the pitfall, or you may stepped in to the defects that which nobody has found yet. But with Mercari part, maybe the approach was different, but maybe you can start small. You can implement it with the small part, and in order to reduce the risk. But of course, there are some things that which you will not find unless you change the whole thing at once. But so I guess it's up to the company's strategy. You should discuss and decide the strategy. Do you still have some time? I mean, do we still have some time? Well, well. So also, applying the Jetpack Compose, all the applications will be written in a different style. So maybe just like we did, you started with the POC and then discuss within the team, or you started applying with only one screen and then using that screen with the playground as a playground, and so that the team members can try that out and then discuss and to decide how to implement or how to roll it out. So maybe you decide the standard in the design team and then apply it to all. So that's the best way, I think. Okay, yeah, that's a good approach, I think. So thank you very much for your message. So it's just about a time. So we'd like to close the Q&A session. So we just started today's session, and we have a lot to come. So please stay tuned and enjoy the session, and we'll have the survey for the audience. So please fill that out and give us the feedback. All right. So now we are closing the session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, welcome to the session Credit Card Payment Security, which is about adding 3D secure SDK for Merpay iOS. My name is Michael Legoff. I'm an iOS engineer at Merpay. I focus on iOS development, starting with Objective-C. I'm passionate about fintech and teamwork. I joined Merpay in 2019, and now I spend all my energy on providing the best user experience for Merpay and Mercari iOS users. As you may know, both apps are actually the same. So I'm also passionate about project management, and I also train as a Scrum Master. I use this skill to help teams in the company to achieve their best results when it's necessary. So I will start with the first item, which is like introducing this technology. So what is 3D Secure? So 3D Secure is a protocol that is aimed at securing authentication in both browser-based apps and mobile-based apps for online payment. So basically, when you want to pay with a credit card or a cash card, 3DS is there to secure these transactions. So the 3D in 3D Secures means that there are like three domains. But there is a issuer, interoperability, acquirer. So the issuer domain basically is the card issuer. The interoperability domain is basically the infrastructure in the middle that manages the 3D Secure protocol in depth. And on the other side, we have the acquired domain, which is the bank and the merchant to which the money is being paid, depending on who is using the service, basically. So in our case, Merpay would be on the acquired domain side. So if we look a little bit at the history of this protocol, in 1999, it was created by Cello Communication AB. So the old name now it's Thales Group. And the first name of this technology was P42. In 2001, it was approved by Arcode System and Visa Inc. under a new name, Visa Secure. So it was a new version. And then in 2016, there was a release of the version 2 of this protocol made by EMV Co, EMV CO, in order to comply with new EU authentication requirements. So that's, of course, the one we are using, the most recent version. So how 3D Secure usually works? Usually the scenario is like this. You have a user that would try to buy some goods with a credit card. The 3DS system will estimate the transaction risks. And then the user might be asked to input a one-time password in order to proceed with his purchase. He might be asked because it's possible that the system doesn't ask him anything. It will be, in this case, a frictionless transaction. So just some numbers worldwide. How many people are paying using 3DS, and how many frictionless payments are actually occurring roughly in the world. So you can see, like in North America, you have 90% of all card payments that are going through 3DS. In Europe, 65%, and globally in the world, also 65%. Regarding frictionless payment, in North America, it's only 20%, but in Europe and globally in the world, it's 41%. So it's pretty good, but it's improving. The goal is to have more and more frictionless payment. That means that there is no challenge. The user doesn't need to do anything, right? So the problem we needed to solve in our case at Merpay was basically that there are like stolen credit cards, and stolen credit cards should not be used in our product. There are actually many ways to steal a credit card. Basically, just to illustrate this, you could get your credit card information stolen offline or online. So offline, it would be, for example, people could take a picture of your credit card. It could be also that the credit card will be compromised when you put it in a payment terminal in a shop. That's possible. And online, it would be like when you purchase something online, you input your credit card information, and maybe a hacker will manage to retrieve those payment information. So we want to avoid people using stolen credit card in our product. And what would happen if you are not using 3D Secure is like, as an example again, here is a scenario. User A will have his credit card stolen. User B will try to buy an item on Mercari with the stolen credit card, for example. So without 3D Secure, Mercari actually had no way to know that the credit card was stolen. And there was only one option. It was to proceed with the purchase. So the end result would be to cash back the money to the user if there was a problem with the payment. So just note that now 100% of our transactions are checked using 3D Secure. So how to identify security risks? Because that's the most important thing when you want to filter any payment issue, right? So during a purchase on Mercari, we ask ourselves, is the item at high risk of being bought by fraudulent users? What are the risks the credit card was stolen? We can basically estimate the probability of a fraudulent purchase thanks to what we call AML, anti-money laundering systems. But we also want to make sure that only the owner of a credit card can use it for payment. And we use now 3D Secure to assess the risk of a credit card transaction. So you can see on the right here, this is a Mercari checkout screen. And when you pay with a credit card, you will proceed to this screen. And then after that, if there is any risk identified, you will have maybe a challenge screen presented to you. So 3DS can judge a card transaction and return a risk level, basically. So what is a risk level? So to simplify a little bit, Here on the left, you can see we have a low risk, medium risk, and high risk. So the system, when the risk is low, that's we want to have low risk, of course. But the reason for us is to make it easy for users to simply pay with their credit cards without having to enter any password or anything. So hopefully the transaction you will do will be a low risk transaction. In the case of a medium risk level, the system will actually ask you for a personal, usually one-time password. So you will input it. If it's correct, you will be able to pay. If the risk is too high, we simply refuse the transaction, and you won't be able to pay with this credit card for the item you selected. So at Mercari, we wanted to, of course, improve security, but also trust using this 3DS SDK for iOS. So by adding 3D Secure SDK to our client applications, because we also have an Android app, of course. We also have a front-end, web front-end. By adding 3D Secure SDK, we bring more trust to our users by making sure that only the real owner of the credit card can use it on our platform. I think this is very important to mention. If somebody stole your credit card, he won't be able to use it on Mercari. And if a buyer tries to purchase your items with a stolen credit card, he will be stopped by the system. So I was talking about the 3DS challenge or password. What is the 3DS requested password? The password is often a one-time password called OTP as well, provided by your credit card issuer. So it means that you will be requested a new password for every medium risk transaction made. Usually, a credit card issuer will simply send you an OTP, one-time password, by SMS to your personal phone number. There are other ways to give you this one-time password, but using SMS is very easy for many people to use. So now I'm going to give you a little bit of information about the implementation. So here I come back to Mercari checkout screen that you can see on the left. And if your transaction is identified as a medium risk transaction, you will see this second screen that you can see in the middle of the screen right now is 3D password input screen. So basically here, it will be the portal of your credit card issuer, and it will request basically your one-time password. You will input your password there. If it's correct, you will be able to purchase. So just to summarize again this screen, after confirmation of a credit card payment request, we can show a 3D secure model. So here we use a model because this is what is supposed to happen according to the specification of the 3DS SDK. You will be asked for your credit card OTP in order to proceed with the purchase. So there are also other flows, like the frictionless flow, where you will not be presented this model screen and you will directly see the successful transaction screen. Or in the case the risk is too high, you will have an error message on the screen and the payment and the transaction will be refused. In terms of the architecture, always we need to keep it simple for security reason. As you can see here, we have the Merpay and Mercari iOS app. There is a 3DS SDK integrated into it. So the 3DS SDK will interact with the different credit card providers, but also with partner servers. And on the other hand, from our app, we have to discuss with our backend, and the backend will also send and request some specific informations to the partner. So it's all about exchanging like security and some kind of private information right there to ensure that the transaction will be secure. So what's happening when you add a new SDK to your existing code base? So basically, Mercari iOS app is a pretty big iOS software. And when we add external frameworks, like in this case 3DS SDK, we need to make sure it won't impact our performances, security, and app binary size. So performances, of course, we don't want the app to become slow or something like that, or even crash because of faulty SDK. Security, of course, in this case, we work with a provider of the SDK to check many security aspects on their side and on our side as well. And regarding the app binary size, there is some optimization made for the release version of the binary. The reason here might be obvious, but you don't want to have a big software on the App Store, for example, here. Otherwise, people might have to wait longer to get the app installed on their phone, and that's something we don't want. The SDK also needed to be a XC framework, so it's mandatory since Xcode 12, in order to support the transition to the M1 ARM64 architecture. The SDK can also be updated, like this year, next year, depends on the improvement on their side or on our side. So in this case, it should not impact previous Mercari version. So we need to add this SDK and make sure that we will have an abstraction layer, for example, using Swift protocols on client side to avoid any conflict when we or problem with the compilation time, right? When we upgrade the SDK. Regarding the difficulties during this development, so the first difficulties we had were basically bug fixing, because it was a new, brand new project, a new SDK as well. So we were expecting some bugs. Also, I should mention that the integration of such complex system is time consuming, and of course is open to some bugs appearing in the process. So it was necessary to debug, and based on the SDK logs with our partners in order to identify the source of a problem. So the problem could be in-house or on the 3D SDK side. So this requires a deep understanding of the SDK specifications, a preparation of the key data before each meeting in order to be efficient. You can imagine that the SDK gives a lot of logs, but we need to filter eventually what can be interesting for them to know, so that they can find a problem on their side, for example. We also to use simple and efficient English to help understand the topics and being more inclusive. Of course, most of us can speak English, but that's not obvious. So we always have to think about this when having meetings with a lot of people. Regarding the legacy support, because all the old apps were not supporting 3DS, so we needed to be sure that they were still working and that the migration of this new 3DS feature would be a success. So at Merpay, we use feature flags in order to deliver new features and do A/B testing. This allows releasing new features by small increments. So for example, for 3DS, we chose at first to release only the new feature to 10% of our user base. But on the other side, using feature flags increases the complexity of the code and requires non-regression testing by QA. Because of course, when 10% of your user base is using the new 3D Secure SDK, the remaining percent of your users is actually not using this new feature, and you need to make sure everything works perfectly. So I mentioned QA, so this is a quality insurance. It is mandatory to have a good QA team with you when you develop any kind of system for front-end product more especially. So in our case, on iOS, it's really mandatory because they will help follow up with any problem. They're also engineers, of course, so they might help you debug any issues. They will go through use case you will not think about. So in this case, the system is complex and depends on many credit card issuers who present their portal through the 3DS SDK. So for each software iteration, our QA had to check the legacy and new flows, including testing the different card issuer scenarios. And last, improving UX with our partners. So UX is basically user interactions. UX is important. Over the months, we work with our partners to reach a great Mercari user experience. So there are many, many examples, but among them, I will just give you 3 different items. So we added self-explanatory error feedbacks. So of course, the 3DS SDK comes with some default error feedbacks, but they are not the code that we made ourselves, and we want to be able to control everything that we show to our users. So we needed to customize all error messages that the 3DS SDK would send back to us. We also updated our payment flow in case of 3D Secure errors, because the errors are of many different types. We needed to handle them sometimes in different ways. And we also discussed OS-specific user interactions, as we also have an Android implementation of this new feature. So for example, on Android, the challenge screen where you have to enter your password will be a new activity that will be shown on the screen. But on iOS, it will be a page sheet that will be presented. So I want to give some credits to the team because it's important. It's a big project, and you need all of those people to achieve a project like this. So we work for months all together. Project manager, Android engineers, a UX designer, backend engineers, and great partners to bring this project to life. Thank you very much. I leave you some important links here if you want to check more into the 3DS specifications, or if you want to have a look at more in detail 3DS usage in the world. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I would like to start the QA time for the credit card payment security adding 3D Secure SDK for Merpay iOS session. My name is Celia, and I will be facilitating the QA time. I'm an engineering manager of the Merpay iOS team. We are accepting questions from the audience. If you have any question about this session to Mikhail, please send it to us on Twitter or in your YouTube live chat. The Twitter hashtag for this event is Merpay Tech Fest. Please use this hashtag if you are posting on Twitter. First of all, thank you, Mikhail, for your presentation. I will get started with the questions. Here is my first question. Merpay strives to offer safe and secure services to our customers. In the talk, you mentioned 3D Secure solves the problem of stolen credit cards. Can you give a broad overview of how it helps to improve security of our product overall?
Yes, sure, Celia. So basically, it improves the following items. If somebody with a stolen credit card can't buy products you are selling on Mercari, and also if a fraudulent user tries to use your credit card to purchase something on Mercari, he won't be able to do so.
Thank you for answering the question. And let me move to the next question. I know in reality it's more complicated, but can you give an example of an item at high risk of being bought by fraudulent users?
Sure. As you might suspect, fraudulent users take risks by using stolen credit cards because it's not allowed, of course, by the law. And therefore, they tend to try buying expensive items such as iPhones or iPads, for example. And they will often take a high risk, high reward approach.
I see. Thank you. And you mentioned if somebody stole your credit card, he won't be able to use it on Mercari. So what exactly will happen when the user does not pass 3D Secure?
Well, when what we call the challenge is not successful, the user will see an error message with a purchase error, and he will then be brought back to the item details page. He won't be able to proceed with the purchase using this credit card.
I see. So the purchase won't go through, basically.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you. And can you give an example of what UI improvements has been made? And is there anything you want to change further to make it better?
All right. Yeah, there's a lot of things to say about that. So originally, we were missing some UI information from the SDK only. Among them, we had like missing loading indicator when loading, for example, data from the partner side. Also, we have to present a UI navigation controller on our side so that the SDK can show the custom screen that we call the challenge, where you need to input your password in. So, for example, we had to decide if a user could dismiss it or not while the process was loading the data, things like that. In case a user would be idling for too long on the 3DS screen as well, we wanted to automatically dismiss the view. So what we did in this case, we discussed this topic with our partners, and they made the necessary changes on the SDK side so that we can handle this use case.
That's very nice. So now the view will dismiss itself, basically.
Yes, like there is a timeout logic and other things going on.
Thank you very much. And yes, we have been talking about the advantages 3D Secure bring to a product and service. And what do you think can be the downside of introducing it?
Right. The main downside of using 3DS is when the user needs to confirm his identity by entering the one-time password, because basically it can take time. And also the user might not find the password or doesn't know how to get this one-time password when it's requested.
I see. Thank you. And I noticed you mentioned Merpay introduced SDK at client side to solve this problem. So why using an SDK over a web client for 3DS?
Right. Some products are using a web client, but it was a bit complex. The flow was a bit complex. So the SDK component supports native integration with mobile apps, which means 3D Secure authentication process now will look and feel just like a part of the app. So, for example, because it's very smooth, it's a very smooth process thanks to the SDK. It reduces what we call cart abandonment rates, as customers are less likely to view the authentication process as suspicious and maybe just quit their checkout. If the screen changes and doesn't look like the app, they might think it's not part of the app and get scared.
I see. Very interesting. Thank you. And now we have a question coming from our audience.
All
so
right.
Our audience says, thank you for doing the session. And when the risk evaluation is high, it's rejected by the card issuer or by Merpay? And in the case it is handled by Merpay, is it possible to allow high-risk transactions?
It's possible, but we don't want to accept high-risk transactions, because high-risk means basically that the credit card is not usable or has been stolen or has a problem on its own. So we just don't want to bypass this kind of transaction.
I see.
Answers the question.
Yes. There was a first part to the question is the transaction rejected by card issuer or by Merpay?
It's basically rejected by the 3DS system, because this is what we rely on. Basically, we send the transaction information to 3DS, and then the system assess if it's okay or not to proceed with the transaction. And then if they say it's not okay. And then us on Merpay side, we just stop the process there, and we don't let the transaction occur.
I see. Thank you. And we get a second question from our viewer. So in case of one-time password via SMS, if
Yes.
user doesn't have access to the phone number, is it possible to handle, for example, provide like change method via SDK through the app?
No.
So, okay. No. Okay.
At the moment, no.
So phone
This
number is the only approach, is it?
I mean, the password, the way you get the password is managed by the company issuing the card, the credit card.
Nice.
So it depends what kind of credit card you have, who the company was selling you the credit card, and they might be offering different kind of ways to provide you this one-time password. It could be a device, for example, hardware device as well. I mentioned SMS because everybody has a mobile phone, and most of the time everybody has a phone number and can receive SMS. So this is very easy for everybody, very convenient way of getting this password.
Thank you very much. And we are still accepting like questions. And from me, I have one last question for Mikhail.
Okay.
So what is the most memorable part of working on the 3D Secure project?
Well, this was a very big project, so I think the most memorable part was the teamwork. Not only within Merpay client developers, but also with all specialists involved in the projects. Again, I'm gonna repeat my thanks, but this is like quality assurance, project manager, backend, UX designer, and most importantly, external partners. Because this project that lasted several months showed us basically that positive thinking and professionalism leads to success.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions we can handle for today. If you have additional questions, feel free to post and we will answer on Twitter. And thank you, Mikhail, and everyone watching. That's all we have for this session, and I will end the QA time. Please let us know what you think in the survey after watching the session. We have more contents coming in next, so stay tuned. And thank you so much for watching, and have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I will now give a presentation titled The Past and the Future Overpayment History in Merpay. I'm Yusuke Kosaka. Nice to meet you. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Yusuke Hosaka. So I joined Merpay in August 2019 as a summer intern, and then I continued as an intern. And then I joined Merpay as a new grad in April 2021. Since I joined, well, I started as an intern, but I've been mainly developing the dashboard, which is the top screen of a Merpay, functions around the credit line and the payment history, which I'll be presenting today. This is a table of contents. Well, first, I'd like to, of course, present the history screen, but then I think it is important to understand the customer status and the payment method in Merpay to understand the history better. So then I will talk about the status of the customer, and then I will talk about the payment method. And then I'd like to talk about a new payment history that I have developed. So first, the customer status. Well, in Merpay, there are several types of money in Merpay. So there are four major types of money. The first one is the sales proceeds, which you get when you buy or sell something on Mercari. When you use Mercari or Merpay, you cannot use the sales proceeds as it is. So you have to buy points with the sales proceeds. So there are also points. Also, points can be given as a part of a campaign. And I will explain this later, but there is also a value of money called the balance. And finally, there is a Merpay feature called Merpay Smart Payment Limit, which is this is the money that you use when you use smart payment. You can set your own maximum amount. Merpay's customer status depends on the three main registration statuses. The payment method can be changed based on the status. The first one is whether or not you have verified your identity. The second is whether or not the customer has registered for the next month's payment. And finally, then it depends on whether or not the customers have registered for Merpay Smart Payments, flat rate payment, or the fixed amount payment. So there are different customer statuses for Merpay based on these. So I will talk about the details. So this is the status of the customer before the identity verification. If you look at the image on the right, sorry, it's a bit hard to see, but so you can see the words points is shown on top, and then there is a button by points under the word points. Before verifying identification, you buy points with the money gained through buying or selling on Mercari. So you use them for payment, and transactions related to sales proceeds or sales money will be recorded in the sales record, and the transactions with purchased points will be stored in the point history. Next, I'd like to talk about the user's status after identity verification. Once the user verifies their identity, the sales proceeds or sales money can be used as they are. So the money that can be used will be changed. In the card type, the name of the blue box has been changed to balance. This is the balance. It is the one that includes both money and points. This sales proceeds or sales money. Now that we have or the customer have verified their identities, so the history of sales proceeds of sales money will no longer be used, and then all the history will be stored in the balance history. Also, by verifying the identity, it is possible to charge the money. There are several ways to charge money. You can charge money from 7 bank ATMs, or you can register an account for money transfer to charge the balance. Next, you can register for the next month's payment by Merpay Smart Payment. If you do this, you'll be able to use the Merpay Smart Payment. And here you can see the history of your payment in Merpay Smart Payment history. With Merpay Smart Payment, you don't have to think about the payment method every time you make a payment, as you pay all in once next month. As long as it is within the maximum limit, you can make payment you want. And there are several ways to pay. You can do direct debit from your account, or you can also pay at ATMs at convenience stores the following month. As a major feature, you can switch between balance payment and smart payment after registering for the smart payment. As you can see on the right, it can be the blue area where it says Merpay Smart Pay, or on the blue background screen on the right. If you click on the balance surrounded by the red line, you can switch the payment method by tapping on it. After you have registered for Merpay Smart Payment flat rate or the fixed amount repayment, you can convert the next month's payment to a fixed amount, like the picture on the right. You can select the product for which you have set the next month's payment and convert it to a fixed amount. Also, you can set the monthly repayment amount by yourself. Since there are fees and commissions for fixed payment or the flat rate payment, you need to show the amount. Okay, we need to show the amount of fees and commissions. So the amount the customer pay or commission rate and so forth in the history. This is a distinctive feature. Okay, next I'd like to talk about the payment method of Merpay. This will be divided into two major categories. One is the payment within the Mercari app and the other. First, I will talk about the purchases within Mercari. This is a payment method that will increase according to the user status. At first, you can only pay with points, and after verifying your identity, you will be able to pay with your balance, and you'll be able to use Merpay Smart Payments the next month or fixed amount available too, depending on your status. And what's distinctive about it is for purchases within Mercari, it is possible to combine these payments. So we call this combined payment. I hope you will remember the term combined payment or fukugo kessai, because it will come up several times later. Well, what we have to consider here is, for example, when you pay with the combination of points, balance, and the next month's payment by Merpay Smart Pay, when you want to show the balance history of the transaction, should we put the amount of the payment or the points payment in the balance history for that payment? Well, if we do so, we need to know all these separate values. So that's the challenge in displaying the history. Next, regarding purchase outside of Mercari. Basically, purchasing outside of Mercari is pretty simple. You can pay only with points before verifying your identification. And after the self-identification, you pay only with the balance. And after registering the Merpay Smart Payment next month, Merpay Smart Payment next month, or the payment with the balance are available. If we want to convert this Merpay Smart Payment next month to a flat rate payment or a fixed amount payment, you have to manually convert it to a fixed amount payment by yourself. So far, I've explained the customer status and the payment methods of Merpay. So now I'd like to explain the history screen that I have created so far before I got involved in the development. There are several history screens in the past. The first four I mentioned are the money history. The first one is the sales proceeds or sales money. The second one is the point history. The third one is the balance history. And the last one is the smart payment history. For this smart payment history, the first screen shows combined history of smart payment next month and the fixed amount. Then, how do I display the history? There is a so-called history of use on the Merpay top screen. So you can see the history there. The leftmost item will change depending on the status of your identity verification. As you can see, it changes from sales proceed or sales money to a balance. So it depends on the status of the customer. But from this part of the history of use, you can see the history. So first, the sales money or the sales proceed history. So this is the summary of the sales transaction and the sales money. Well, so how much money I got by selling on Mercari, or how many points that I bought with the sales money to use it on Mercari. So such histories are displayed here. And note that you cannot use Merpay with the sales proceed or sales money, so there is no payment history. Then the point history. This is a summary of transactions related to points. The point history is divided into tabs. And the tab on the left is a summary of transactions related to points. And there are two types of points, paid points and free points. Paid points have expiration dates. So you can see the expiration date. The screen on the far right shows expiration date. And the point history, as you can see in this image, there are some arrows on it. The ones with arrows. If you tap that cell, you can see the detailed history. Next is the balance history. This is a summary of transactions related to the balance. It includes the history of charges, purchases made with Merpay, and so on. And on the detail screen, many of the same elements as point history are used. And this is something distinctive about this screen. And like the point history, the past history can be viewed by scrolling down. So as an issue, when you want to look at what you spent a month ago, for example, you have to scroll down by yourself, the page. And the more history you have, the more difficult it becomes to trace back to the past history.
Next, we'll look at the history of Merpay Smart Payments. This section summarizes transactions related to next month's payment and fixed payment. The first top screen is a summary, which is on the left. There are two sections. One is for fixed payment and the other for next month's payment. For fixed payment invoices or sections, it is possible to go to a more detailed screen by tapping the cell of the month. For items paid in the following month, tapping a cell will take you to a detailed history dedicated to the next month's payment. As for the detailed history when this next month payment is stopped, the contents displayed are different for the next month payment and the fixed amount payment items. In the history section of the next month's payment, there is also an item that says it was converted to a fixed payment, and when you tap on that cell, you will see this detailed history. As you can see, the item converted to a fixed payment has features to show the actual annual interest rate and amount you have just settled, since it is rarely paid all at once because it's a fixed payment. And for the next month's payment, you can go and set up a fixed payment from this detail screen. Also, this feature does not show combined or composite payments. So in this case, you actually paid 10,000 yen out of 20,000 yen by Merpay Smart Payment, but the data related to that is not displayed here. One major issue with the data history is that it is not specialized for payment. And as I mentioned earlier, the history is not organized by month. Smart Payment is organized by month, but other than that, they are not organized well by month. So if we want to see the past history, you have to scroll the screen a lot, and it is time-consuming. The other part is that some areas do not respond well to combined settlements. So it appears as if you paid only 10,000 yen out of 20,000 yen. You actually paid when you look at one part, and you can't understand it unless you trace various histories by yourself, like I paid 30,000 yen for this, but it's not right. All of this resulted in a weakness that made it hard to incorporate Merpay into their lives because it is hard to manage their money. So I created a new payment history dedicated to payment in my project to improve this. So I will talk about it in depth. The new payment history is made up by extracting only the payment history part from the past history. As I mentioned, you can't use the sales as they are, but you have to buy points to use Merpay. So the contents of the sales history are not included in the new payment history. The payment history of points history, balance history, and smart payment history are combined to create a new payment history. You can open the new payment history by tapping Monthly Payment Status section on My Page. And the screen on the right is the new payment history. As you can see at a glance, this one is dedicated to payment history and shows the history by month. And this is the history for all your points, balance, and Merpay Smart Payment. So you can see how much you paid for the month in one place. It's worth to mention it has a user interface that summarizes the month's payment. Here is the total amount of 50,000 yen. And if you use the Merpay Smart Payment system, the amount to be paid in the following month or the fixed amount are shown here, as well as the amount you've already paid. That makes it easy to see the breakdown. In addition, this history has a UI that represents combined payment. This UI for the combined payment supports both the list screen and the detail screen. In the case of list screen, cells are combined to express the composite or combined payment. After upgrading to version 2, points and balance are combined into one two-line expression. Also, in the detailed history, the payment amount is UI compatible with the combined payment as shown here. As for the summary section, it can change depending on the user's status or which month it is, whether it is the current month or last month, etc. If you press the button saying Pay Separately, you'll be taken to a screen that allows you to convert it to a fixed payment. Also, when you click Pay Now button, you can see the total payment for that month of Smart Pay on a screen like this list screen, and make payment right from this button. Next is the immediate payment feature. Merpay Smart Payment lets you make the payment in the next month of the credit, but this feature allows you to pay without waiting for the next month's payment. This one-time payment button allows you to make an immediate payment, and by scrolling and tapping on any item that is payable the following month, you can make immediate payment as well. Please note, however, that the Merpay Smart Payment limit itself will not be restored until the first of the following month. I've covered new payment history features so far. One of the benefits of the new payment history is that it is specialized for payment history, and which makes it which makes it easy for customers to know what they have paid so far. And since the amount paid per month is clearly displayed, customers will feel easier to manage their payment. Also, the UI is designed to support combined payments, so information is displayed without missing information. This makes it more transparent to the customer. As I explained a little earlier, it also connects the functions of Mercari and Merpay, such as the immediate payment function in Merpay and jumping to the screen of the following month's payment. I have only introduced a few, but there are many more features in the new payment history. I think these will make it easier for you to incorporate Merpay into your daily life. And I would like to make the payment history even easier for customers to understand. By connecting with more functions of Mercari and Merpay, we can help customers understand Merpay through their payment history and have them experience the convenience of the various functions. And through this payment history, they will have more understanding about the products as they can use various functions in it. And if we can do these things, I think we can provide a better customer experience. In the end, it was a Tech Fest presentation, and I think I talked a lot about the product side. As an engineer, I think that if I have a deep understanding of the product and what this function means for my product, then I think I will be able to broaden the scope of my engineering development work. Therefore, I have presented the product side more strongly this time. This history, to be honest, it is not highly contributing to profitability. In other words, I don't think this directly increases the profitability of the company. However, I think it is very important for customers to have an easy to understand history so that they can understand the product itself. If you are working on a product for another company, maybe it's not payment history, but even if you think the function you are in charge of is not profitable, if it is important for the customer to understand the product, or if it has an important role for the customer, I think it is very important to recognize this and enhance the importance of the development of the function. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So now I'd like to start the QA time for the payment history, in past and future at Merpay. And I'm Ueda. I am a Merpay iOS team. I'm in the iOS team and I am an EM. And so in this hour, we'd like to take questions from the audience, and we are still accepting the questions. So please post the questions on Twitter or the YouTube live chat. And our Twitter hashtag is hashtag Merpay Tech Fest. So use this hashtag if you are using the Twitter. So first, Yusuke-san, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. So let me ask you a question from me. So the existing histories were not specific to the payment, which have been the issue internally. So what was the reason to renew this at this time? Well, so we didn't develop this because it was just the right timing now. But then for the customer, it was a necessary functionality for the customer to manage their payment history. And also as the functionalities of the Merpay increases, so in a sense that we organize them, for the better understanding of the products by the customer, we thought it would be necessary. So as I presented, we've been releasing a lot of functionalities and which are scattered in Merpay, in a Mercari app. So the functionalities are scattered around. So it was sometimes hard to find where the entrance of those different functionalities. And this payment history it's just like a pipe. It connects the different functionalities. Payment histories can connect the different functionalities, and it can be an entrance to the different functionalities. Based on the user status and the payment status, then UI will be changed. So this, now the payment history can be very user specific. So going forward, we are going to update the payment history so that it will be even easier to use.
Thank you very much. You also mentioned in your presentation that with the history payment, it allowed you for customers to feel an easiness about using the product itself. I think that will be the nice feedback. So let me move on to the next question. So as you mentioned in your presentation, there are various kinds of history available. So it must be very hard to see an overall picture of all the types of history. So how did you catch up all area? Yeah, within Mercari and Merpay, there are many types and kinds of history available right now. So I don't think not many people understand about the overall picture, even if they are working in Merpay or Mercari. However, most of the history of Mercari and Merpay is about the movement of the money itself. So I used to be an intern, and in the age of intern, I was already working in Merpay, and I made a lot of functions as well as I was very familiar with various types of functions. Therefore, I think I had a high understanding about the product itself from the beginning. And also, the existing history screens. So I was also involved with the fix and modification of the existing history screens. Therefore, I was able to learn what type of kinds and types of history were available. And it was about the history of money flow. So what type of behavior will generate history? So it's about product understand, and I was also familiar with that. Therefore, that made me easier for the total understanding about history in general. And if I found samples that are not scarce, I try to read notes so that I can understand the relationship between those. That's how I understood about it. Thank you very much.
So you try to deepen the understanding of your products by yourself, and also you read the codes. So I guess those things are something important. So next question. So Yusuke-san has joined Merpay as an intern, and then you joined as a new grad. And so this is the project that you led first time after you joined as a new grad. So what was the impression? Well, before I joined as a new grad, well, my impression is by leading the project, it was more difficult than I expected. After I joined, and while I was working as an intern, I was working in a project which was led by somebody else. And so I was told that to do something, and I was supposed to finish that task by the end date. So I was managing only the tasks that I was assigned. And throughout the internship, I experienced the different works, and then I thought like I was kind of confident to lead the project, and then I did it, and then I felt that it was a big burden. Well, of course, on top of just finishing your assigned work until the deadline, and then you had to lead the project, so you manage not only your own tasks, but you are responsible, and you have to look over the entire project's progress. So that is so different from working only on your own tasks. So after I led the project, I of course discuss the question I had on my tasks, but then I also discussed the projects around the whole projects as the iOS engineer. So in my project, the number of the members was small, so it wasn't a big burden. But then managing somebody's tasks progress is one of the important responsibilities of the project lead. So there are so many elements, but so I can say this all now, but then this was the main thing. But throughout the experience as a project lead, I was widened my vision and my scope. And so using this experience, I'd like to, perform in the next project.
So I hope your experience will be worthwhile for your future as well. And those who are listening to it, I think you have learned a lot from his presentation as well as this QA. Thank you. So it's around time for us to finish Q&A. So let me conclude the session. And please fill in the surveys, Q&A and survey. And thank you very much indeed, Yusuke. Thank you indeed. Goodbye.
Hi, today I will talk about some strategies and tools that we used to build the Merpay Frontend UI library. My name is Marco Solazzi, and I am a front-end engineer at the Merpay Frontend team. Before diving into today's topic, let's look one moment at the past of front-end development. So for front-end developers in the years around 2010, the most common challenge was to find the right carousel plugin with the right features that would probably not crash Internet Explorer. Then, a few years later, we will find the same developers looking for the best front-end framework to build single-page applications. Nowadays, developers face multiple times the same challenge called build a component library. As before, there are many possible solutions and tools to use. Let's see how we defined our stack at Merpay. But before starting, there is a disclaimer. So our component library is used on internal tools only. So I won't be able to show screenshots or code sample, but yeah, basically this talk is not about building components. As I said, it's more about the strategies and tools behind the scene. So I don't think this is going to be a big problem. That said, okay, there is basically only one important point when it comes to building a component library. Know what you're doing. Okay, maybe let's say that this should be the case for all kinds of development. But anyway, to know what you're doing, the first step is to clarify your mission, what you want to achieve. In our case, our mission is to make a component library that developers can fall in love with. Because if developers love your library, they will probably be willing to contribute with new features. And also maybe they will forgive some bugs. On the other hand, developers who find it hard to work with your library will probably end up creating their own components, making all of your efforts basically useless. So once you have defined the mission, it's time to make it more concrete and translate it into a goal. Our goal is to create an organized set of shareable Vue.js components with simple DX and consistent design and user experience. So let's see why this keyword, organized, simple DX, design, and UX are important to create a lovable component library. Let's start with the first keyword, organized. So organized libraries are easy to navigate and to browse. This area involves topics like naming conventions for components, props, and attributes. But here we are talking about tooling. So we want to focus on one aspect, one specific aspect, which is the define the components layer. Basically, we want to categorize components into layers. You will also find this called tiers. We can define 3 basic layers. The core is the layer where we can include design tokens for colors or spacing. Also in the core, we can include base components like buttons, tables, dialogues, and all basic interactions. Then there's the second layer, which includes more specialized components like forms components, input, select, and layout components like layout primitives for grids, for example, or also layout blocks like top bars, big navigations, containers. The third layer is the layer related to the project, is the layer related to your end user definitions. So in this layer, usually developers include their own specific components that are not included in the previous layers. So our component library focuses on the first 2 layers, defining 3 distinct packages: the core, the form, and the layout. Once defined how we want to organize our components, we can define the foundation of our component library. In our case, we decided to go with a monorepo structure. We use PnPM as package manager because it is fast, it has efficient memory management, and supports workspaces. Then we selected TurboRepo as a task runner. TurboRepo has many merits. Some are that it supports cached builds, and it supports a clear task dependency graph in a single configuration file, and it is also one single executable file, which helps basically reducing the size of the node modules folder. As for publishing, we choose Lerna. Of course, there are some other popular options, like for example, Chainset, but Lerna fits better in our workflow. Our workflow is based on conventional commit, and so Lerna supports this kind of workflow to determine the new version of a package, and also supports independent versioning. The last part is the CI. So we selected GitHub Actions. GitHub Actions are easy to set up, and also this tool integrates very well with our current infrastructure since we use GitHub. By using this setup, we also noticed some improvements in the build process compared with our existing setup. So our starting point was Circle CI with npm and Lerna, and our CI time was 14 minutes. So just switching to PnPM and TurboRepo cut the CI time to 6.5 minutes, which is a pretty big improvement. Then switching to GitHub Action sadly increased the CI time at around 8 minutes. But yeah, I guess that we can improve this by reviewing our workflow setup. And in the end, the setup and the developer experience of GitHub Actions is so much more smooth that it is a good compromise. Okay, let's move to the second keyword, the developer experience. So the concept of developer experience is very similar to that of user experience. You cannot design the best workflow for every developer. Instead, you want to define the main use cases you want to cover. To define our use cases, we have defined three main areas. The first one is the module types, which kind of JavaScript modules we want to support. Our decision went for ES modules by default and CommonJS fallback where needed. The second area is bundlers. Since we are working in a Vue.js environment, we went for supporting Vue CLI, which is basically Webpack, and Vite. The third area is frameworks, which frameworks we want to support. And in our case, the framework is Nuxt.js. Now we have defined our use cases. And now we can make a list of artifacts that we need to deliver. The first one is that we want our packages to be installable as Vue.js plugins. We also want to have this package configurable as Nuxt.js modules because we are going to support Nuxt.js. We also want to ship our components as Vue.js single file component modules. There are some reasons to this. First of all, Vue CLI and Vite support single file components in node module packages. And in this way, the single file components are compiled based on the end user setup. And this gives us the ability to support different configuration, different browser versions. The last point is that we want to ship TypeScript declaration files, even if we don't want to force our users to use TypeScript. So given these requirements, we can finally select the build tools we want to use. We went for Unbuild. Unbuild has many merits. It's a package developed by the Nuxt.js team. It is a single build tool with a pretty simple setup, and it features two build modes. The first one is bundle build. It is powered by Rollup and ESBuild. So in this mode, the bundler outputs a single bundled file. And we can use this mode to bundle the Vue.js plugin, the Nuxt module, and also extract the TypeScript declarations. Then there's the second build mode, which is bundleless build. This is powered by another tool developed by the Nuxt.js team, which is mkdist. With mkdist, we can apply a sort of light transpilation of Vue.js single file component modules, which basically strips the TypeScript declarations from the module into individual component TypeScript declarations. So this is a very good solution for Vue.js libraries, but of course there are some great alternatives for other kind of stacks. Two examples are TSDX, which is a very complete all-rounded tool. It has support for monorepo and also integrated testing and linting features. Another alternative is microbundle. It is the bundler that powers Preact, for example, and it is basically an optimized roll-up bundler with out-of-the-box support for ES modules, TypeScript, and JSX. Now we have covered the build tools, but of course, what about documentation? So documentation is an important aspect of a good developer experience. In our case, we are using Storybook to power our documentation. Storybook has some very important merits. So first of all, it can also be used as a development environment to create and to build components in isolation. It is also pretty easy to document component variants. And it also has great built-in Markdown documentation support. On the other hand, Storybook sometimes it is a bit difficult to customize if you want to apply, for example, a theming to the canvas. And overall, at least until now, it is sometimes a bit slow at first startup and at building time. So Storybook is a tool that either you love or hate. So there are, of course, some good alternatives that you could use. For Vue.js environments, you could use Histoire or Vue Style Guidist. If your stack is based on React, you can use React Style Guidist or Ladle. And then there is Vitbook, which is a sort of Storybook powered by Vite, and it is much more framework agnostic. Of course, if you don't need a development environment, you can choose a documentation-only tool. There are many tools. Maybe some popular options are Docusaurus powered by React. So this is maybe the most popular option. Then there's VuePress and VitePress. This is very good for Vue environment. And also there's MarkDoc. MarkDoc is a pretty new project. It has been developed by the Stripe team for their public documentation. Okay, so we come to the last set of keywords. So the design and user experience. So the key for great user experience is to keep a high standard of consistency and usability. Consistency and usability can be achieved focusing on 3 key areas. The first one is component testing. Component testing is critical to prevent bugs and regressions. So at the moment, our current setup is using Jest, but we are also exploring other options like Vitest, which is a version of Jest built on Vite, and it is at the moment the default options for Vue for the Vue ecosystem. And we are also exploring Cypress component testing. The second area is accessibility audit. So this area refers to automatic accessibility audits. So even if this kind of audits cover just a limited percentage of issues, it's basically a good practice to use them for basic CI check and to ensure a minimum level of accessibility. So our current workflow is to reuse the story we have created in Storybook, render them, load them, and render them into the Cypress component testing environment, and run a tool called Axe to run an accessibility audit on the render components. So the merit of this workflow is that basically we are reusing our stories, so we don't need other test files. And by using Cypress component testing, we render the component in a real browser, making it possible to check also things like color contrast. The third and last area is visual regression testing. This is very critical to ensure that the UI looks good and that our PRs don't break anything. So our current setup uses Rag Suite. The merit of this tool is that it is self-hosted, so it is very flexible and can be hosted basically everywhere. Of course, because it is self-hosted, there are some demerits. The most important one is that it might take some time to configure all the workflow. So if you instead prefer something more simple to set up, there are some options. The first one is Chromatic, which is a tool created by the Storybook team. So it is based on Storybook and fits better if you already have Storybook in place. And the other one is Percy, which is another great tool for visual regression testing. It has lately been acquired by BrowserStack, so it fits if you already, for example, use BrowserStack or if you want to use BrowserStack. Okay, here we come to the final slide, the closing remarks. So, as we said at the beginning of this talk, building a component library is a matter of love. And having a clear strategy is the key to choose the right tools to create component libraries that other developers will love to use. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello everyone. I would like to start the QA time for the tool and strategies for front-end UI libraries. My name is Daiki, and I will be facilitating the QA time. I work on the front-end team as an engineering manager at Merpay, and I am looking at the entire Merpay front-end, especially the customer support tools. In the past, we needed to split up our microservice. We created the component library at that time. This time, Marco-san was able to further improve on the component library. So in this hour, we will answer questions from the audience. We are still open to questions. So please write to us on Twitter or in the YouTube live chat. The Twitter hashtag for this event is Merpay Tech Fest. Please use this hashtag if you are posting on Twitter. So, okay. First of all, thank you for your presentation. Then I will ask you a question right away. Here's the first question. Why did you define the component layers?
Hi. So, first of all, hi to everyone. So layers are useful to understand components dependency and to separate primitives or basic components from more specialized ones. So for the end users, this also means that they can create other layers on top of the basic one, and so they can create their own libraries, their own packages, and so this makes everything much more organized.
I see. Thank you. So, in the application we develop, so we work with designer to create the basic design but sometimes designers are not assigned for minor changes. So in such cases, these component layers may be useful, I think. So, thank you for answering my question. So, okay, let's go to next question. So next is it shows CircleCI is faster than GitHub Actions. Why did you choose GitHub Actions?
So yeah, so CircleCI is a very fast CI environment, but so every time I've worked on CircleCI, I often find that sometimes it is complicated to set up. Especially if you need things like headless browsers and so on, it is because the basic setup is very bare bone. So instead, GitHub Action is much more easier to set up, and moreover, they also integrate with our current stack because we have only one environment, so we work just with GitHub, and so it also proved to be much more secure.
Yes, yes. It's good that it's easy to use GitHub Action. Okay, so okay. So next question. So the speed of Turbo is impressive. So why Turbo is so fast?
So the speed of Turbo depends on two factors. The first, maybe the most important one, is that it is one single binary file. So we are seeing this trend in front-end tools that they are, so at first they were written in JavaScript and run in Node. But lately there are many tools that have been rewritten in other languages, like, for example, Go or Rust. And so Turbo is one example of this new trend. Because, of course, since they are compiled executables, they are much more faster to execute. The second factor is that Turbo has a very good and effective caching system. So especially in development, if nothing changed in the input of the task, it won't run again that task. So this makes it very effective and very fast.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So I received one question. So the question is Merpay unified with Vue? So does Merpay use React or any other UI framework? So can you answer this question?
Yeah, so basically at the beginning we were using only Vue, in the specific Vue 2, because Vue 3 was still in development. But at the moment we are also working for some project in React. So we have developed some other packages with the same component library, but in React.
Yes, そうですね。In case of Mercari group, so we use React and Vue. So I think Merpay use Vue and Mercoin and Mercari use React, I think. No. Okay, so let's go to next question. So next is you use the storybook as a documentation. So is there any other good or bad aspects of storybook?
So I've been using Storybook for a long time, and I find that think that it is a very good tool when it comes to develop and create component libraries or components, because you can just see the component in isolation. You don't need to place it in a dummy page and so on. There are also a lot of add-ons, and also the community is very, very active. So many developers don't like it because it is pretty complicated to customize, and especially when it comes to the documentation feature. The documentation feature is very powerful, but the documentation of the documentation is sometimes not so complete. So you have to dive into the code, and it is a pretty large code base to understand how you can customize some views or some controls, or to make the documentation more readable, for example. So in the end, there are many other good options, like Histoire, for example, for Vue, or Ledl for React components, that are much more simpler. So my suggestion is, anyway, to try them. You just can try one of these tools that I've suggested. But anyway, you need to have, if you're going to develop some kind of component library, or even if you have just one project with your components, having a storybook that lists all your components, your variants, and so on, make it much more easier to understand and to work with those components. Moreover, for onboarding new developers on your project.
I see. Yes. When I was working on the component library, so I was concentrating on providing the components. So after Marco-san joined, so they improved the documentation and any other things, so that we had not been able to handle before. So now I feel very comfortable developing it now. So I agree with your opinion. So thank you. Okay, okay. So let's go to next question. So next is how do you provide components to each microservices?
Hi. So basically, we have a private npm registry, and we use Lerna, as I explained earlier, to publish the packages of the component library to that registry. So one of the basic features is that we don't precompile the view files, because our target environments, which is Vite, or in many cases Next.js, already support raw view files. And this makes the build process in the component library a bit easier, and also allows us to support different end user environment, like browser versions and so on.
Okay, thank you. So I think maybe next is our last question, I think. So next question is, so what is good developer experience?
So yeah, this is a pretty complex question.
Yes.
So, because I mean, a good developer experience could take a whole set of talks. But so one critical point to me is that good developer experience for a component library means that a component library should be easy to use, especially for first timers, so for new developers that on board on the project. So in user experience, we often use the term affordance to describe how easy it is for a user to understand and how to interact with an object or a product. So, for example, a doorknob tells us that we can interact with it to open or close the door. And that's a very basic kind of affordance. But on the other hand, we all have been in the situation where we push the door instead of pulling it. And that is an example of a bad user experience. So for developer experience, it's the same. So user a component library should feel very natural, starting from the installation to the usage of each component.
Okay, thank you. So, time. Okay, thank you for your answerings. Thank you for your answer. Okay, so let's wrap up this streaming. So now that we have time, so we would like to end the QA time. Please let us know what you think in the survey after watching the session. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kokuma, and I'll give a
相手は
presentation
メルカリ
on
グ
the
ループの
idea
認
and
証基盤に
current
おける理
status
想
of
と
the
現状、今後の
authentication infrastructure and future initiatives of Mercari Group. Let me introduce myself first. Since I joined Merpay's IDP team around 2019, I've been working on certification and authentication. So it has only been a few years since I started working in this field, but I found it quite interesting, and I would like to work in this field for the next 10 years or so. As the basic role of the IDB team, we are responsible for the certification and authentication of Mercari accounts and the management of the tokens related to these. And the goal of an objective of this team is to implement appropriate authentication, access control, and data protection for the Mercari Group services in a standard manner. So I would like to explain this briefly. First, what situations do we consider appropriate for authentication, access control, and data protection? Firstly, as for authentication, we believe that appropriate is to be able to provide a strong enough authentication to meet the needs. In particular, the level of authentication strength required for this particular service will basically depend on what this service offers. For users, authentication itself is not the purpose of using the service. So if it is sufficient, then they do not want to do it as much as possible. Therefore, from the product side, we want to use authentication that is strong enough for our service. Therefore, we consider appropriate authentication to be authentication that is strong enough to be necessary. Next, regarding access control, this simply aims to create a situation where the principle of least privilege can be applied. This is not only to avoid granting unnecessary privileges, but also to allow setting the appropriate level of granularity of privileges. For example, if the granularity is too rough, it may grant privileges that are not necessary, and if the granularity is too fine, it may be difficult for the client or end user to use and understand. So this is the area to consider in the appropriate access control. As for the last part of data protection, this is based on the reference that have recently came out, so I feel that I have not yet been able to delve into it, but basically, I believe it is to minimize data and to realize data's unlinkability. For example, if there are multiple companies within the same group, each of which stores personal information, we believe that the data unlinkability is something that prevents information from being easily linked to each other. These functions are fundamental and basically used by all services, so versatility is quite important. So there are something that is provided to a specific team, project, or specific use case. The basic stance by DP is to make them as generic as possible so that they can be used by any team or project. On the other hand, these functions can be a single point of failure in security. When creating these functions, our basic stance is to follow the standard specifications as much as possible, rather than to come up with the specifications from scratch and think of attack cases and countermeasures on our own. The specific positioning of these functions related to certification and authentication will basically depend on the types of client. Currently, we believe that Mercari's clients can be roughly divided into three categories: first-party client, relying party, and resource server. The first-party client is a client provided by Mercari Merpay directly, and basically all functions of Mercari Merpay can be used through the client. Relying party is used when you want to create a new service using some of the features of Mercari Merpay. The last one, resource server, has the same purpose as relying party, where you want to create a new service using some of Mercari's functions. Then you want to offer the functions as part of the Mercari Merpay and also set up clear boundaries with Mercari Merpay, both in terms of security and data governance. Depending on which clients and components are targeted, how exactly to achieve appropriate authentication and access control will vary. What we have to do in IDP is to be aware of those differences, but ideally to provide functionality in a standardized form as much as possible. In this presentation, I'd like to talk about authentication, first-party clients, and access control to relying party and resource server, and data protection. Firstly, let me talk about the authentication of the first-party client. This is about authentication in the first-party client provided by Merpay itself. In discussing this, I would first like to talk about what is going on. Currently, Mercari supports 4 types of authentication factors: password authentication, phone number or so-called SMS authentication, and passcode authentication, and SNS login authentication. Users can use them to log in their Mercari account or use other functions with additional authentication. What we call additional authentication here is to perform authentication again before the user does some critical operation. This is to mitigate effects of device theft or account theft. For example, perform SMS authentication before changing the email, and once it is done, the email change is completed. Currently, this additional authentication supports 2 types of authentication: passcode and SMS authentication. In particular, SMS authentication was introduced as one of the countermeasures against the considerable increase in phishing attacks around June last year. Thanks to this, phishing is now much less of a problem. However, there are still quite a few issues left. One of the challenges is the user experience. In response to phishing attacks, many functions now require SMS authentication. Attackers obtain a password or SMS code from a phishing site, log into the account, and try to use some functions. This is the attacker's way. By using SMS authentication as an additional authentication, the attacker would have to obtain the SMS code again to use the function, even after the account has been hijacked in that way. It is quite difficult to get SMS code over and over on the same phishing site. Even if an attacker hijacked an account, the attacker cannot use the function, so the motivation to hijack the account is eliminated and the attack is prevented as a result. On the other hand, this means that legitimate users also have to be authenticated by SMS for various functions, resulting deteriorated user experience, which challenges us. Another challenge is the issue of authentication strength. Currently, supported authentication factors such as password and SMS authentication are basically not phishing resistant. In other words, it is possible that an attacker may steal authentication information like password and SMS code via phishing sites. Current countermeasures relies on the fact that it is difficult to obtain credentials again and again on the phishing site. In the future, when the forms and patterns of these attacks change, it is very doubtful we will be able to rely on the same things to prevent attacks. So the fact that we have not been able to implement phishing-resistant authentication factors is a major issue at present. This is the current status and challenges of authentication for first-party clients. As for what we would like to do in the future, first of all, we would like to promote the introduction of FIDO as a strong authentication factor that is resistant to phishing. The first favorable feature of FIDO is, of course, it is a phishing-resistant authentication factor. The basic flow of FIDO is that the user firstly owns a FIDO authenticator, and the private key managed in the authenticator is used for authentication. Specifically, the public key corresponding to the private key managed in the FIDO authenticator must be registered on the server side in advance. For the authentication values, various information is collected, signed, and sent to a server which verifies the signature and identifies the user. Among the various information contained in this signature, information such as which domain or which website performed the authentication is included, which can then be verified by the server side. Even if a phishing site asks for FIDO authentication and the user answers and the attacker gets an assertion, when it is sent to Mercari, we can verify which site the FIDO authentication was performed on. So this authentication method is said to be phishing resistant. Another desirable feature is that it is user-friendly authentication factor. A common usage is for the user to authenticate locally using Touch ID or Face ID, and then the FIDO authenticator accesses the private key and authenticates with that private key. It is a user-friendly authentication because you do not have to enter a long password or wait for an SMS code to arrive. The fact that this is standardized will also be a key for users to easily use the system in the future. However, on the other hand, private key management will impose a large burden on users. For example, if a user loses their FIDO authenticator, they will not be able to log in or use certain functions with additional authentication anymore. The most common case we expect is using a smartphone as a platform authenticator. We believe that it can be a common case for users to lose their FIDO authenticator when they change their handset model and throw away their old handset. The common and recommended way to deal with this is to register multiple FIDO authenticators in advance. So even if one is lost, there are other ones to take care of it. But basically, average users do not have security keys, and I think that very few users have multiple smartphones or PCs compared to the total number of users. So you will need to go through the process of re-registering the key on the new device before changing and discarding the old one. If you fail to do so, the FIDO authenticator will be lost. So you must have some means of recovery, such as contacting the UCS to verify your identity. But this kind of operation is basically not something that current users, especially Mercari users, are accustomed to because it has not been done before. So I think it would be a quite burden for users. But if you try to mitigate the load and make the recovery process easier, you now have a security concern. For example, if a second FIDO authenticator can be easily registered when the first FIDO authenticator is lost, such as adding it via SMS authentication, then as a user, you can recover the FIDO authenticator without having to contact the CS. So the UX is better. That would, on the other hand, open up the possibility that an attacker could register your FIDO authenticator so that when he hijacked your account, he would be able to register your FIDO authenticator. In this situation, although FIDO authentication itself is phishing resistant, the registration and recovery process can be attacked, and the phishing resistance of FIDO cannot be fully utilized. So in the current situation, I believe that the burden of key management has to go to the user. Still, we would like to use FIDO's phishing-resistant features in the future. If passkey or something alike becomes generally available in the future, I'm sure the way these things are handled will also change. So basically, we'd like to introduce this FIDO and gradually apply it to login and additional authentication.
In addition to the introduction of FIDO, we would also like to implement flexible additional authentication that is suited to each product. If FIDO can be used for additional authentication, how can it be combined with existing SMS authentication and passcode-based additional authentication? Such topics come up. The basic stance is that it depends on the product. For example, if a product requires strong security, we may decide to only allow additional authentication with FIDO. Well, there may be products where SMS authentication is sufficient for security, but we may want to use FIDO to improve user experience. If the user is able to use FIDO, we will allow them to use the function with FIDO authentication, but if they're not able to use FIDO, they can use SMS authentication. Therefore, the functionality provided by IDP needs to be able to be used in any pattern. Another thing, if the user is FIDO authenticated and the possibility of phishing is considered to be low, we want to allow authentication factors used for login or for other functions to be used as a reference for the functionality that the user is currently trying to use. For example, if the user used FIDO authentication at login, the authentication could be skipped for the function they are currently trying to use. We would like to create and introduce a mechanism that allows us to change whether or not to use additional authentication or what authentication factor to use depending on the context after the login. So this was about first-party authentication. Next, I would like to talk about access control and data protection for relying parties. This is when a third-party service creates a new service using the functionality for Mercari or Merpay. And I said third-party for the sake of convenience, but services within the Mercari group can also create new services using this method. For relying parties, the process of authentication and obtaining access tokens is basically in line with OAuth and OIDC. It's not really interesting to explain this process. So here, I would like to explain how access restrictions and data protection are considered on the server side after the access token has been obtained. In order to explain the current status, I would like to describe the situation inside the Mercari and Merpay servers and how requests flow between services. Currently, Mercari and Merpay are basically configured with a microservice architecture. So the servers are full of microservices. Each microservice has its own API, which it provides to other microservices. However, the API is not directly referenced by the client application, but is accessed via the API gateway in the middle. In this API gateway, protocol conversion, access token verification, and access control are performed. In such circumstances, when you want to create a new service using the functionalities of Mercari and Merpay, what happens is that you have to create a new API gateway dedicated to a specific client. So in the diagram here, if client X comes up, an API gateway for X is created. The API gateway for X creates a route only to the microservice that has the functionality that client X wants to use. So basically, this API gateway for X only wants to be used by client X. So how to restrict it is to prepare a scope with a name like client X, put it in the access token, and if the access token has that scope, it can go through the API gateway. There are many challenges with this approach. For example, every time a new service is created, a new API gateway needs to be created, which is additional cost, and the management cost increases rapidly. Furthermore, the cost will, of course, affect the development speed of the client. Secondly, the granularity of access restrictions being too coarse is also a problem. If the API gateway were to be unified and an unspecified number of clients were to be allowed to use the gateway, in the current state, the only restriction is whether or not the gateway can be accessed, and there is no granular control of what functions can be used via the gateway. If the API is standardized, clients will be able to use functionalities that they do not need to use. So these are the issues. Furthermore, there are several problems in the context of data protection. One is the interface issue. Currently, the interface of a microservice is used directly by the client through an API gateway. However, the API provided by the microservice is basically designed to be used by other microservices within the same company, and the use of APIs by external services is not intended. Therefore, for example, the microservice interface does not provide restrictions on who can access what resources or what personnel information. Therefore, as an external API, it is not possible to provide sufficient access control or restrict resources. There's also a problem with user IDs. Basically, when a client obtains an access token or ID token, it follows the OIDC process. That's why it's not necessary to obtain the user ID used inside the server. Therefore, it is basically possible for the IDP to issue a PPID in OIDC and for the client to identify the user with this PPID. However, since the published API is the same as the interface on the microservice side, some interfaces specify the user ID as one of the parameters of the request. Therefore, in order to use the API, the client needs to know the raw user ID inside the server. And since it is not possible to use the API with the PPID, this client X and Y will also use the same user ID as the server. When this happens, the original purpose of PPID, that is to prevent RP tracking, will no longer be possible. Furthermore, it makes it easy to link personal information stored in different organizations. I believe each organization stores personal information based on user IDs and have access controls in place to access that information. If personal information is leaked from one organization, and if a user has access rights to both organizations, and if information from each organization is stored using the same user ID, the information from each organization could be tied together and cause more damage than expected by the respective companies. Although the basic policy is that the authority to access each organization's data and the authority to link their data as the same person's data are basically considered to be two different authorities. If both organizations use the same user ID, the separation will not be possible. This is the current situation and issues of access restrictions and data protection regarding relying parties. To resolve this situation, what we want to do going forward is to first offer a common API. This API is basically to be provided as an API that can be used by an unspecified number of RPs. It will be something that fulfills what we have to be aware of as externally facing API. So the first thing you need to be aware of as an externally facing API is that you can restrict the available API gateway and API. Although we say common API here, this does not negate the fact that you can provide an API for a specific client. For example, we believe that it is more appropriate to create an API used by first-party clients that is specified to their first-party use case rather than a generic API. Therefore, we believe that the basic structure is that there are multiple API gateways. Therefore, it is necessary to appropriately restrict which gateways can be accessed by the access token paid out to client X. In addition, as a single API gateway will be used by an unspecified number of clients, it will be necessary to limit the access by functionality. It is necessary to control permissions so that only the functions required by the client can be used. Of course, IDP alone cannot create such a common API. It is necessary to discuss with the architects of each company and the product teams that provide the APIs, and to consider what form or approach would best match the current situation and future vision of Mercari Group. We will then consider the functionalities we need to provide as IDP. For example, we need to think about how to limit the available API gateways and how to limit resources. In the case of gateway API restrictions, it is common to control the authorization of these access tokens by means of claims within the tokens. How can we do that? The question of what granularity and scope of authorization control is basically an implementation issue and is outside the scope of the standard specification. Currently, we use audience to restrict gateways and try to restrict which API can be used by using scopes. Which API is available according to scope is basically something that the team that publishes the API can control by themselves. By doing this, we believe we will be able to maintain consistency in the granularity and format of the scopes and what they represent. For this reason, we do not intend to create any kind of company-wide scope system at the moment. We are thinking of trying to define the scopes in a way that is closed to the API gateway. This was all about access control and data protection pertaining to the relying party. Summary. So this is the current state of topics related to IDP, although I have spoken about them in a very short and shallow, broad and shallow manner. I hope to be able to explain this in more depth about each of these topics in the future once they become more concrete. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everyone. So the actual state as well as ideal state for the Mercari authentication infrastructure. So with this topic, we would like to start Q&A session. I'm Goi. So just like Kokuma-san, I'm also in charge of IDP. And I'm one of the product management team, and I am working with him in the same team. So we would like to answer the questions from the audience. We are still accepting the questions. So please post it on YouTube Live or Twitter, and the hashtag #Merpay Tech Fest. So if you post the question on Twitter, please use this hashtag. So Kokuma-san, thank you very much for your presentation. So let me start asking you questions. So I already received one question, so let me read it. So if at the time of adding new services, you are to create API gateway, but endpoint management connected by the client, how do you manage it? That is the first question. So could you answer this question? So when it comes to client, if this is first-party client, such as Mercari web applications and as well as Mercari's native application, if you mean by that, then access gateway, they are the same gateway. Of course, there are separate gateway for Mercari and Merpay, but they use basically the same gateway. But when it comes to Merpay management, so the functions, they would like to disclose the functions endpoint disclosure, and those who are in charge of those endpoint will also write down the information about endpoint, and the gateway will load it, and so that this would be provided. So the team that would provide features will also be in charge of the management of that. Did I answer your question?
Okay, thank you. So if you have any follow-up questions, please do not hesitate to submit that to us. But for now, we don't have any additional questions from the floor. So I have a question to you. In your presentation, number 3 in the agenda, under resource server. So you did not talk about resource server in the video. So what were you talking about here? Maybe that portion was cut because I was talking too much. So basically, like relying party, it is about building new services using Mercari Merpay functionality, and we want to build it as part of Mercari feature. And at the same time, we want to have a clear boundary with Mercari and Merpay. So, for example, if there are 2 separate companies, even if it's under the Mercari group, if it's a different company, when using that functionality and when communicating the information, we do not really know each other. We do not have deep communication when developing. So when using API or doing access restrictions, And when accessing PIs, we wanted a clear boundary. What should we do in such circumstances? And in the longer version, so the longer version video, which will be released, will contain that portion. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe we have some more time to ask your question. So let me ask one more question. So as for phishing, against phishing, so in additional authentication, you introduced SMS authentication. So what type of countermeasures did you actually take? And also, as far as you can talk about, what about the effect of that? Could you talk about it? So as for phishing measures, against phishing countermeasures, what type of additional authentication did I choose? Is that what you mean by that? Yeah, that's right. So to be specific, when you change emails was when you change password. On that occasion, the change before you execute those changes. So ask users to execute SMS authentication before that. And if this authentication is successful, then this action will be executed. And through this, so when it comes to the common countermeasures of the phishing attack, there is a phishing site and there is an attacker behind that. And if users would enter the password and SMS to the phishing site, then the attacker would receive it and using their terminal, they try to log into that user. That is the condition. So whenever you make such kind of critical usage or critical actions, so if we ask users to try to access or acquire some SMS code or some authentication code, so the attacker has to continue the site until that execution is completed. Therefore, because of that state, I think we are going against the phishing attack. Okay, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think it's about time to end. Is there any other question? Oh, I see one. One moment. This is a question on the slide. In the diagram, you have AT. Does this stand for authentication? That was the question. I'm very sorry. It stands for access token. I should have written access token instead. That stands for access token. Thank you. Now it's time to end the QA session. As Kokuma-san mentioned, the Chapter 3, access control on the resource server and data protection, the full version of the video will be released at a later date. Please also give us your feedback in the survey. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to talk about the migration of microservices, cloud to cloud, to support mail-based unidentified efforts. I'm the engineer manager of the Merpay TNS Trust Safety team. I'm Asano. Let me introduce myself. I joined Merpay in December 2019 as an engineering manager, and I have been working in several teams concurrently, and now I am working Merpay TNS team dedicatedly. Today, I'd like to share with you some of the changes in our anti-fraud system since I started working on TNS. This is the agenda for this session. Introduction, migrations, issues and measures. So 3 parts. So I will introduce team and system and why we migrated, and then what are the problems that we faced and how we handled them in the migration project. So now, the introduction. First, let me briefly introduce my team. So we are the Merpay TNS Trust and Safety team responsible for mail-based anti-fraud measures. And we are engineering to deal with the ever-increasing flows to ensure our customers' safe and secure transaction with Merpay. Our teams uses 4 different systems. This table shows each system and its history. First is the rule-based fraud detection system. This is a system to set rules by query to detect fraud. We use a product called Splunk. When we started up, we used to install and configure the system on AWS ourselves. But last year in 2021, we moved to a service called Splunk Cloud. Next is the data aggregation system. This is a system that collects data from a group of services within the Mercari group, such as Merpay and Mercari shops. We have several microservices running, and the batches are also running. This was originally running on AWS as well, since it was often linked to the rule-based fraud detection system I mentioned earlier. These are moved to GCP this spring. We are moving them to the same infrastructure as other Merpay microservices. And here is the operational system. This system is part of the internal tools used by the CS operation team, which is the team that monitors fraud on a daily basis. This was also migrated to GCP this spring, just like the data aggregation system. And finally, the real-time fraud detection system. This one has been built with the same configuration as the other microservices of Merpay on GCP since the beginning. So I won't talk about it today. So since I have also introduced the mechanism of this real-time fraud detection system here in Merpay Tech article this spring, so I will share the link to this article later. As shown in red in this table, our team has gone through 2 different cloud migrations over the last year and this year. So now I explain why we migrated these systems. Okay, the first migration. The first migration was the rule-based fraud detection system, which is the Splunk. This happened last year. So we migrated Splunk cluster built on AWS to a service called Splunk Cloud provided by Splunk. At the beginning of our service, when Merpay was launched, we chose to build our own service on AWS for the reasons that Splunk mainly guaranteed operations on AWS and also for the flexibility of building the service. However, as we continued to operate the system, both AWS and Splunk were mainly used by our team, and the operational load increased. Specifically, infrastructure costs. The cost of managing dozens of high-spec instances that make up a cluster, and the maintenance costs. Both of these services require a certain amount of expertise, and it is necessary to keep the engineers who can deal with them. Also, and the difficulty of maintaining high standards for scalability and security, which are required in financial services. So it was difficult to keep the high standard only by ourselves. We thought we could reduce such burdens by migrating rule-based migrating the rule-based fraud detection system to Splunk Cloud. So that's why we migrated it. So the second migration. The second migration was to migrate data aggregation systems and operational systems on AWS to GCP. This happened this year. The reasons for the migration are just like the first migration to Splunk Cloud, as I mentioned earlier. So we have the same maintenance cost issues. Also, unlike Splunk, these systems are microservices and the batches that are developed by ourselves. Usually, Merpay's backend team develops microservices by leveraging the tools provided by our in-house specialized team of SRE and architects. However, our team has been developing the microservices on AWS by ourselves. So therefore, we were not able to utilize the tools provided by in-house team, and therefore we went to the trouble of developing equivalent tools by ourselves. So we decided that we should not reinvent the wheel and that we should utilize the cross-functional tools, which was the second reason for the migration. And especially in recent years, the urgency of the priority of anti-fraud measures has increased. So we have decided that we should focus on the development and the adoption of the anti-fraud measures, which is supposed to be our main focus. So this is why we decided to move to GCP. So now I'd like to continue with the issues and the measures. So I will talk about the issues we faced in the project and how we handled them. As issues, we had 3 issues that we faced: priorities, directions, project management, and uncertainty. So I will talk about each of these issues and how we handled them. Okay, the first, priorities and directions. Each migration project is a project that takes about a year. In the midst of rapidly changing circumstances, both inside and outside of the companies, In order to constantly run the projects that take a reasonable amount of time to complete, it was necessary to constantly maintain priorities and directions. To be specific, at Merpay, in each quarter, product organization regularly review which projects to be executed. In other words, priorities shift due to the changes with the companies. Also, especially after pandemic, as online purchasing behavior increases, fraud is also increasing. So we, the anti-fraud team, have heightened urgency and priority of our tasks, which is a detection of the fraud. So this is about a prioritization due to the external factors. So finally, as a direction, to what extent do we migrate our system? And upon the migration, shall we reorganize our systems? We considered these factors as well. These are the actions we took. As for changing priorities within the company, we need to make sure that the project does not stop. We presented the needs and current status of the project and the risks in case of stoppage. By doing so, we maintain the priority of project to keep the project running.
Regarding the implementation of fraud countermeasures due to external factors, we roughly separated our members into two groups, those engaged in fraud countermeasures and those participating in the migration to avoid delay in fraud countermeasures. At the same time, we increased hiring and enhanced the entire team. In judging a direction, we try to take a balance between migration and re-architecture by organizing their priority levels. We considered items that cannot be substituted at the destination or that would certainly require a configuration change must be in the top priority to be replaced and designed. There are some that would be more efficient from a development and operational standpoint to consolidate after the migration through it, although it was possible to keep the same configuration at the destination. They were considered nice to have, and we made a comprehensive decision based on the development and operational cost of migration, project schedule, and others. Next is project management. This migration project has been managed by the cooperation of team of engineers and engineering managers. Migration project to GCP was broadly divided into two types of systems, data application and operational systems, with microservices and patches running across more than a dozen repositories. More than one engineer was assigned to these systems, and the project involved more than 15 engineers in total, including database and other infrastructure building, as well as consideration of re-architecture. From the beginning of the construction of these systems, there were areas where the overall picture of the system and its dependencies had become unclear, and they needed to be organized. At the beginning of the project, we set up some phases so that the migration could follow the phases. However, some areas did not proceed as we originally planned, and we had to review the phases and the scope of work. Each was handled in this way. In the beginning, the entire team gathered to check the progress to manage tasks. But it was hard to see the progress in individual systems, so we changed the way so that each system gather and check progress, making it easier to see details and obstacles. When we approached a phase that required system integration, related system teams gathered to check progress together, changing the granularity of the progress checks as the status changed. Before moving on to the creation of design documents for each system, we created a design document for the entire migration to share the total system image and organize dependencies. For the organization of dependencies, we asked the specialist to focus and identify the dependency elements of each system that would be necessary for phased migration. Since there are more than 10 systems, we made a plan to migrate them in phases, but we did not stick to the initial plan and move on with review and modification as the development progressed. For example, the original plan was to complete the database and data aggregation system migration by the end of the year. But since we had difficulties in the database migration verification, we made this top priority and canceled the year-end migration. This shift in schedule had an impact on the migration plan through the spring. Therefore, the plan was revised accordingly by identifying and reviewing the scope of the system to be covered, reviewing the scope of the re-architecture. Final point is dealing with uncertainty. It is about how to reduce uncertainty and deal with it in order to increase the probability of success of the project. There are 3 points here too. First, the need to detect and understand the state of high uncertainty. Next, problems that remain highly uncertain due to their difficulties. They need to be addressed as early as possible, as delayed response can have a significant impact on the progress. Thirdly, problems that remain uncertain because they are difficult to reproduce due to environment factors or problems that can only be identified in a production equivalent environment need to be understood and resolved as much as possible in advance to avoid troubles at the timing of migration and post-migration. How did we respond to each of these? There are several ways we detected and understood the state of high uncertainty. First, when we lined up the tasks for each system, we checked to see if there were any tasks that were obviously too few or tasks that had not been identified. In addition, although we did not make detailed estimates for each of the tasks, we always made sure that there were no tasks that were completely unforeseeable for the engineers in charge. Then, during the coordination phase between systems and microservices, we checked for any discrepancies in recognition between the respective system team or if there were any areas that were left out of their responsibilities. Highly difficult problems. We also had a team's tech lead assist us in this area, and when a difficult problem was discovered in each system, the tech lead was immediately assigned as a priority to help us find a way to resolve the problem. In particular, Midway through the project, two tech leads were assigned so that the tech leads could cooperate each other to deal with any problems that might occur simultaneously in a wide range of systems. Lastly, environmental factor. Our system handles a lot of data, so we prepared an environment equivalent to a production environment. We then carefully performed load and data integrity verification on the production equivalent data and focused on ensuring that the data would not be affected by the migration. In addition, we repeatedly rehearsed the migration procedure and cutback procedure in case of problems in order to improve the accuracy of the migration process. In this way, we, Merpay TNS team, have been able to improve our anti-fraud infrastructure over the past 2 years by migrating between two different clouds despite facing multiple problems. Finally, summary. At the beginning of this session, I introduced the Merpay TNS Trust and Safety Team, its system configuration, and history. Then I explained the two types of cloud-to-cloud migration in the past 2 years and why we did it. Finally, I covered the three problems we faced in the migration project, namely priority and direction, project management, and uncertainty, and how we dealt with each of them. In the end, these are the references for our team's articles. Those are the links to the articles introducing our team, rule-based fraud detection system, and real-time fraud detection system, which I did not discuss today. I hope you could take a look at this page. This is the end of my presentation. A story about cloud-to-cloud migration of a group of microservices supporting Merpay's anti-fraud measures. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello everyone. So now I'd like to start the Q time of the cloud-to-cloud migration of the microservices that suppose the anti-fraud measures at Merpay. So I am Nakayama. I'm a facilitator of this session. Currently, I am a backend engineer of the KYC team. But before I assumed this position, I was responsible for the part of the PM in this project in the TNS team. In this hour, we'd like to answer to the questions from the audience, and we are still accepting the questions from you. So please use the Twitter or YouTube live chat. And the hashtag of this event is the hashtag Merpay Tech Fest. So use this hashtag if you are using the Twitter. So first, Notake-san, thank you very much for your presentation. So let me ask you a question then. We actually have received several questions, so I'd like to read them out. First question. The migration work sounds very complicated and cumbersome, and you probably have to think about the cost benefits. And so what was that? And would you explain as much as you can? Yes. So it's a migration between the clouds. So of course we have to compare the cost of each cloud, but rather our operation cost at the teams, then also the potential operation risks are the points that we consider. As I mentioned in the presentation, since we have, it was difficult for us to, maintain the security of the entire company by ourselves, and also we were not able to utilize the development cost. And so, we had to, so we were not able to get the support from the entire companies, like we were not able to leverage the resources available for the entire company. So we thought it would be better to focus on our main goals of the anti-fraud measures. So by migrating to the different clouds, we thought we were able to reduce the cost as well as we will be able to focus on our major tasks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me move on to the next question. So data integrity verification. So in order to do data integrity verification, what type of measures did you take? Thank you for your question. I think there are two aspects for data integrity. So that's like a data migration service. So the migration tool. So data integrity impacted by the migration tool itself. And also another one is there will be a partial re-architecture environment after migration. So data integration after that type of behavior. So there are two perspectives. For the first perspective, so POC, we will do POC for data migration services so that we can check what type of impact was made by the data migration tool. And data migration service, DMS. So this migration tools, as for the details of that type of methodology of the data migration, we also received help from SRA team. And there was an event presented by SRA team. So as for the details, please refer to this. It is already posted on speaker deck, so please refer to it in the details. And the second perspective is mentioned in the slide. That is, so that but you need to make up an environment that is equivalent to the production environment, and the data will be sent and executed so that we can check there is any discrepancies from the existing results. And what did we do in re-architecture? So yesterday, there was a presentation on data platform team. So APAC Kafka and APAC Apache Flink. We use both of them as well. So I think you can also refer to this as well. Thank you.
Yes, DMS. It's not easy to migrate DMS. When I was in a project, I had to go through the trials and errors, and I communicated a lot with the SRE. Yes, it took a long time, longest time actually, and we were not sure whether the migration project itself would be successful or not. But because of the support from everyone, we were successful. So next question. You said that it's a phased migration of the system, but did you have any critical path because of the dependency? Thank you for the question. We didn't have a critical path like a waiting, but as I mentioned in the slide, because of the dependency between the system, there was some impact. Therefore, related repositories were grouped together, and so we migrate and deploy by that group. And within the group, we consider the dependencies, and then we migrated in order. So as I said in the slide, because of the progress of the project, we changed the way we did the phase migration. We actually, at the first, we divided the system into the two groups, Group A and Group B, and we thought to complete the Group A migration first and then move on to the Group B, But because of the project's progress, and also we have the schedule requirements to complete the migration. So then we moved the whole thing to the test verification environment, and then we migrate each group one by one to the production environment. Thank you.
I think there are no more questions, so we would like to conclude QA session. So please write your comments on the survey. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Thank you very much.
So, hello everyone. So, this is the panel discussion entitled Your Choice, the Way of Working. So, we will introduce the panelists. Starting with myself, I am a VP of Engineering of Merpay. I am Hideo Kimura, and I will be serving as the moderator. So we would like each panelist to introduce themselves, starting with Kawamoto-san. I belong to the growth platform team. I'm a back-end engineer under the name of Norihumi. I am Norihumi Kawamoto, and I joined Merpay 2 years ago. And I have been working mostly prominently remotely. Next, Yamaoka-san, would you like to introduce yourself? So this is Yamaoka speaking. I have started my career as an IT engineer in an independent SIer, and then moved to software development. And I developed using Go and also launching products. And I joined Merpay at the beginning of 2020, and now I develop backend. And I moved to Niigata at the end of 2020, and I am working remotely. Kawasaki-san, would you like to introduce yourself? I am Yasuhiro Kawasaki, and I am QA engineer in Merpay. And I have always been doing testing and also HR as well as payroll and accounting, and joined Merpay in October of last year. And now I work on service QA in the area of credit. When I joined Merpay, your choice was already in place. So I have always been working under your choice. I am working remotely from Osaka. Okay, thank you very much. So we will be the panelists. And during this session, we will be taking questions from the audience. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to submit your questions on YouTube chat or the Twitter hashtag Merpay Tech Fest. We will now dive into the content, starting with what is your choice? I will explain about the your choice system before moving into the panel discussion. Your choice is a work style. Under COVID, due to COVID, we had to change our work style. That's why we established our new normal work style entitled Your Choice. So your choice is a new work style for Mercari where the employee can choose their own work style where they can exert their full value. In short, the employees can choose whether they want to come to office or not, or work full remotely. And due to time difference, the employees are not able to work from abroad. But as long as it's within Japan, they can choose their location of work. The manager can recommend a certain work style, but at the end of the day, each individual is able to choose their own work style. That was the system. And after the Your Choice system was adopted, this is the result of a survey on where the employees work from. 56.5% of the employees have not changed their workplaces or work styles, while 43.5% of the workforce have changed or is thinking of changing their work style. How did they change? There is a variety of choices, and many employees are moving or have moved to more rural areas, and others, more urban areas, and others are moving to suburban areas. And this is a result on the survey on where the employees live and work. And this is quite evenly distributed to all areas of Japan. From central Japan, Kinki, Kyushu, Hokkaido, so this is quite an even distribution. That is our work style. From here, we will have a panel discussion among employees and members who have various work styles and working from different places. The first theme is what is your work style? But before that, in your self-introduction, you mentioned where you live and worked. And please also tell us about your region and why you chose that region. From Nori-san, I now live in Fukuoka City in Fukuoka Prefecture. Fukuoka is my hometown, so I wanted to live there. And I have lived in Tokyo for many years, and I am used to the convenience of Tokyo. So I chose the most convenient area in Fukuoka, which is Fukuoka Prefecture, which is Fukuoka City. Fukuoka City has Tenjin and Hakata, so there's quite a lot of commercial areas. So it's very easy to live in Fukuoka for me. I visited Fukuoka a number of times, and the transportation is very convenient. The airport is very close to the city center, so you can easily come to Tokyo from Fukuoka. That's right. Next, Yamaoka-san, you said you lived and worked in Niigata. Where do you live and why did you choose Niigata? I live in Chuetsu area in Niigata, and like Norifumi-san, I come from Chuetsu, and I live in my parents' house. The reason is I wanted to reduce my cost of living. And this area is very familiar to me, so it's very easier for me to stay here. And Niigata has lots of snow. I live here since elementary school, so I'm very used to snow. So that's why I chose Niigata. And also, Niigata is a home to very tasty food, such as rice and ramen, and also sake. So that's your taste of your hometown. So do you recommend any ramen from Niigata? There is a branch in Tokyo, Aoshima Shokudo, which there's a store in Akihabara, and also June, a shop called June, a restaurant called June in Kamata. So I recommend such ramen outlets. I would like to visit those restaurants. Kawasaki-san? I live in northern part of Osaka. So it's called, and this is an area called Suita. That is about half an hour from Umeda. So it's very convenient. That's where I live. The reason I chose Osaka is like the other two gentlemen. I am originally from Osaka, and I don't speak Osaka dialect, but I grew up here, and it's very close to my parents' house too. It only takes an hour to get to my parents' house, so that's why I live here. I see. It seems like all of you just went back to your hometown. So that's all of you here. I live in Tokyo. I have always lived in Tokyo. So we have Kyushu, Tohoku, Kinki, Kanto. So we have a very varied locations. So without further ado, so please tell us about your work styles.
So how about you, Norifumi-san? So yes, I've been doing a remote work from Fukuoka, from my home. I'm working from home. Yes, I went to Tokyo. We talked about the very convenient transportation, but actually I went to Tokyo just once. In the beginning of quarter, there was a site meeting or a off-site event. So I participated that. But the online participation was available for that event. But when I went to the second time, there were many participants and different participants from usually. And I haven't seen many people in person before. So I thought it would be a good opportunity to meet the different people in person. So that was the first time that I went to Tokyo. So you are fully working from home and you just come to Tokyo only for some events. Yes. And when that offsite event happened, I actually, went to Tokyo one night before, and then I started very early at the outside event. But so it was comfortable. So how long does it take from Tokyo to from Fukuoka to Tokyo? It's about an hour and a half flight, but you had to wait for a long time to get on board. Yes, that's something about airplane. So then, Yamaoka-san, how are you working? I work from home as well. If the pandemic subsides, then I come to the office twice or three times per month, and I use the Joetsu Shinkansen bullet train to Tokyo and Tokyo Station, and then I use the subway to go to Roppongi. And when there are some offline events, or when I wanted to change the environment to concentrate on the work, I choose to come to Tokyo. It's been about 3 hours, so I may stay overnight, or I may go back, within the day. And you may think that it's a long trip, but it's not too long. But you have to spend like 6 hours for a round trip, right? Well, yeah, but I can, read a book, or I can even have a drink. Of course, I can't do that twice or three times per week, but maybe just once a week, maybe possible. So you are then coming to the office quite often then? Yeah, I would say so. Since the seventh wave of the pandemic came, I haven't been to the office yet, but before I did go to office pretty often. So, okay, thank you. How about Yasuhiro-san? Yes, I am working from home in Osaka. When a new member joins the team, or when the team member gathers for events or something, then I go to Tokyo. So it's been about twice to go to visit the office. It's like once every 3 months. So Yamaoka-san said he goes to the office 3 times per month. So compared to that, I don't go to the office so much because I'm not good at waking up early in the morning. But sometimes I want to meet my colleague in person. So honestly speaking, I wish that I could go to the office more often. So when you come to the office, do you have to stay overnight? Yes, I go to the office in the early morning, and then I stay the night because it's too hard to go home, and then go back to home next day. So what is a means of a transportation from Osaka? I use Shinkansen bullet train. It's about 2.5 hours or 3 hours train ride. Well, then I think it's not too long for a day trip. I did the day trip once, but I thought it was too much. So then from next time, I decided to stay overnight. Yes, we have an office in Roppongi, but Roppongi is not so close from the Tokyo station, isn't it? Like you have to change the trains a lot. I mean, so that is the cumbersome part. Also, if you arrive at Haneda Airport, it takes even longer. So, okay, thank you very much. So basically, you are all working from home, but you come to the office with a different frequency. And when you come to the office, it's the time for the offline events, or when you want to change the environment. Okay, thank you. So moving on to the next topic. What is good about current way of working. Because of your choice, you are working in the rural areas. So what is good about that? So Norifumi-san, starting with Norifumi-san. Yes, because I live in my hometown, that is a big thing. When I was in Tokyo, I haven't had a chance to come back to Fukuoka at all, so I wasn't able to see my parents. But now, since I'm here in Fukuoka, it's possible for me to have a dinner with my parents. So it's been a long time that I meet my parents so often. So and also it's about work from home thing, during the break time. You can even take shower, and between the work you can do some housekeeping work. By doing the housekeeping, before I had to do all the housekeepings on weekends, but because I can use the break time for the housekeeping, so then I don't have to do that on weekend. And also, besides work, it's easier to switch between off and on time. Even though while I was in Tokyo, I did remote work from home too, but I wasn't able to switch off between the on time and off time. But so now we can concentrate better. And also I get noticed the things that I didn't notice in the meeting, and I now I'm able to, make opinion, make opinion in the meetings better. So is that because that you went back to hometown? What is the reason why? I mean, is there any difference between Tokyo and Fukuoka? I think it's just a matter of my awareness or my mind, because I am far from the work, right? So in my mind, I separate the work from home or the work from private time more clearly. So okay, so then you can effectively use the time, and also you can switch between the on and off better, even within the day or the weekday versus weekends, and by doing so you can improve your concentration, so which is good. Yeah, I feel that I'm rewarded, and it was worthwhile the efforts to introduce this kind of system. So, okay, how about Yamaoka-san? What is good about the current way of working? For work, there's no interruption. So I can concentrate on what I'm doing, because once my concentration breaks, it takes time for me to gain back the concentration. So I can better produce the better output, for both documentation and coding.
And I can really concentrate and come up with concrete results in a relatively shorter time. And when I'm working from home, I can really control the air conditioning as I like. I like things when are cooler, so I tend to use the air conditioner to the maximum. So I'm able to really concentrate very well. And as Norizumi-san was saying, I can do small chores for my family and my parents. So I can help other people. And in my private life, I can engage in hobbies, which is difficult to do when I'm living in the city, such as driving. So I'm much happier now because I can work and then enjoy hobbies. You said you have less interruptions, so it's easier for you to concentrate. If it's real communication, it's real time, but we mainly communicate over Slack. So that's asynchronous communication, and you can just disregard the Slack when you are concentrating on other things and then check the messages. If in asynchronous communications, the receiver side can control the communication to a certain extent. And in your private life, do you do circuits? Yes. Yes, I like driving in circuits. Are there good circuits in Niigata? Yes, it's quite small, but there is a circuit called Nihonkai Japan Sea Circuit. It's smaller than famous circuits like Suzuka, but I can just go there and take a ride. It's good that you're really enjoying both your work and private life. Kawasaki-san, would you like to tell me about what's good about your current way of working? There are 2 points. The first point is to be able to work in my hometown, Osaka. These days, there are many companies who promote remote working, but there are not many companies where the employees can freely choose where to work. But our company allows me to work anywhere as long as it's in Japan, and I truly appreciate that system. My parents live in Osaka, and they always ask me, when are you coming back to Osaka? And I also wanted to go back to Osaka. And when I told them I'm coming back to Osaka, my parents were really happy. And that was good. So I would like to express my appreciation to the company who created this work style system. I joined the company after this system was established. And when I was looking for jobs in Osaka, my choices were very limited. But there was this Tokyo company in Tokyo who let me join even if I lived in Osaka. So I truly appreciate that. And as for work, I don't get distracted by people around me. When I concentrate, I tend to talk to myself. And people around me told me that I was talking too much when I was working. When I worked in the office, I tried to restrain myself from talking to myself, but I could not concentrate well if I remained silent. But now I work at home, so I just continuously talk to myself when I work, and I can really focus on what I'm doing. Kawasaki-san, it seems like you can now concentrate very well, and you have more time with your family. Listening to you, I do remote working from Tokyo. And one benefit of remote working is there's no commuting time. Especially for me, there are many meetings I need to attend, reserving meeting rooms and moving from one place to another. And that was hampering me from really use time effectively. But in remote working, I can just sit in my seat all day, although that's not necessarily very good for my health. But I can talk to many people staying at my desk. So that, I think, is a very effective use of time. It seems like you are now in an environment where you can concentrate more. resulting in better output, and then you have better time with your family, and maybe that is really beneficial to your work. So now that is forming a virtuous cycle. Moving on to the next topic. So are you facing any difficulties in your current work style? And I would like to share. I told you that I can hold meetings without moving from one place to another. But the other side of the coin is that I can put in so many meetings within the day. So I can hold meetings every half hour, back to back. And also, I can start meetings very early in the morning, and I end up having meetings all day. This is something that I need to do better to adjust and coordinate. So maybe I'm using my time too efficiently. Norifumi-san, by the way, are you facing any problems? Time management is something that I am really struggling about. I concentrate. That's good that I concentrate, but I concentrate too much that I tend to skip meetings, and people call me over Slack, and I don't notice. Google Calendar is not enough for me to notice, and Mac, sometimes I even miss alerts from my Mac. So I purchased a timer so that the alarm rings at the meeting starting time. So I think I am getting better gradually. Yeah, that must be difficult. And I also try to have time boxes where I can concentrate and also have breaks. So I am using the timer. I'm trying to use the timer smartly so that I don't concentrate too much. Yes, that happens to me too. I concentrate and then miss the meetings and notice after receiving a Slack message. So concentrating too much might be a problem. Yamaoka-san, are you facing any problems? In my case, when I work from home, I can do housework. So although the output is the same, I tend to work longer because I tend to interrupt myself by doing housework in between my work. And that makes it difficult for me to draw a line between my private life and work life. And in the beginning, when I first started remote working, that was a stress. And to solve this, I physically separated the space for work and private life by having different rooms. So that type of ingenuity is necessary.
And then there's not so much time for chatting with my team members. So I have to consciously create the opportunities for communication with the team members. So personally, in Niigata, nobody walks, and you drive. Everybody drives, and so therefore I put on a lot of weight. In Tokyo, I had a chance to walk, but then when I first, but in Niigata, you need to drive even just to go for shopping, and so. Well, you said that Norifumi-san said that he is now able to switch between off and on time. But Yamaoka-san said the opposite thing. And I am like you, Yamaoka-san. So yes, that's a difficult part. like in the beginning of pandemic, this is my office room, but it was a storage actually, and so there was only in my living room to work, and but it wasn't a good environment because I have a dog, and my wife is also working, so I had to throw away a lot of stuff in the storage and then set up the room as an office. So it's important probably to set up the physical environment. Yes, so that's why that I made a good choice, because this house has a lot of bedrooms, so and now not so many people, family members are living here, so therefore I was able to find the room for my office. And I often hear that you don't get to talk to your colleagues so much. Yes, we have a team building culture, so that people get together to go to lunch, but so we don't have it anymore. So I hope that we can clear that issue, but unless we meet real time, it's really difficult. Yeah, in my team, we set up the weekly meeting to just have a chatting, so that we can communicate better. Okay, so Kawasaki-san, what is the problem you are facing? That my issues is similar to Yamaoka-san. For the work, it's hard to communicate with other members. We have a morning meeting and we have a one-on-one meeting for the communication. However, we are not sitting next to each other. Like if you were sitting, next to each other, then you can just, ask the person, please, oh, okay, hey, listen. And, it's just quite all natural. I mean, to find the time to chat. But now you have to set up the chat time. And so which it doesn't facilitate the much small talks, and I feel. So I'm thinking if there's any better way to facilitate the small talks and chatting. And also I tend to stay home a lot, and so I put on like a 5 kilogram after I joined the Merpay. Right, the small talks or chatting, yes, like you have to consciously set up the chat time, so which is not really a chatting or a small talks, right? Yeah, we have an open lunch a weekly basis in our team so that we get together. But sometimes you get another meeting assignment or something, and if you miss it once, then you won't be able to meet the colleagues another week, right? So we hope that we can solve that problem. Yeah, we have to continuously working on this probably. Our team is now that make it a habit to have a once a week chat meeting. So yes, I understand. Yes, some of the team members said that if they are living with the family, they have a chance to talk. But if you live alone, you don't get to talk to anybody at all. So they are craving for the communication with people. So this is a difficult part, and also the health is another issue. In my case, I like going to gym, but then because of the pandemic, I wasn't able to go to gym. So I felt that I had to do something. So I bought the, indoor bicycle for the exercise purpose, and it wasn't that huge and it wasn't that expensive. So I recommend you. What about the noise? Is it noisy? Probably if it's gonna be okay with your house because your house is big. Yeah, it's not that loud. you may hear some rusting noise from the wheel. So it's just both sides of the sword, I think, between the work from home and working in the office, and like a communication and also the innovation. And but once the pandemic subsides, and then even though you work using your choice, I hope that we will have more chance to get together with the members. So it's about a time to end the panel discussion. And so since we are still challenged for the new way of working, and we still face some issues, and there are some programs, but generally speaking, it is going well. You can concentrate better, and you can generate a better output. That is the intention of this system. So I would like to continue this scheme. And you mentioned that in Osaka, and you were not able to work in different companies so much, but then you can work with the different peoples, and you can create the different products. And so I hope that we will continue this scheme. And lastly, please give your feedback using a survey. So this concludes the panel discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
So, I'm Hideki or Kimura from BOP Engineering. So, this concludes all the sessions for today. Thank you for watching. So, I'd like to close all the sessions today. So, firstly, I ask you to conduct survey. So, I would really appreciate if you could answer the questionnaires. And as for the links, you can find it on the description on YouTube. And also, we are looking for software engineer. So if you are interested in us listening to these sessions, you can access to our homepage, as well as you can talk to someone in the sessions or whoever. And as for the registration, as well as the YouTube channel, as well as if you could give high evaluation on us, that would be very wonderful for us. So that is all for today. So we'll resume this tomorrow's session at 13:00 tomorrow as well. Thank you very much for watching today. We look forward to seeing you once again tomorrow. Goodbye.